Hey, tea sippers. Hey, I'm sorry I'm late. Sorry I'm late. Hello. I'm sorry, Inez. Hey, Janet. Hey. Y'all, come on in. Come on in. I've been trying to get a feel. I've been trying to listen. Not quick to move with this because I don't believe it. And now I'm hearing some other stuff that's going on. When I heard about the stage, it's staged to me. Every day, every time we turn around, the closer he about to get exposed, impeached, you know, eh, he come up with something. I ain't gonna even lie. I don't believe nothing he do no more. I don't believe nothing he say. I think everything is a smoking mirror because he's still trying to do a bunch of illegal shit. He don't want his name to be attached. He in denial about being in the Epstein files. Videos are coming out. All this type of stuff. I don't believe. I don't believe nothing. I don't believe that Mar-A-Lago. I don't believe that. Cause he got near the perimeter. Hell, I thought the U.S. Marshals. No, cause he had gasoline. I don't know. Let's listen to this before we listen to this Mar-a-Lago stuff. Cause I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe it. I think it's staged. I think it's a cover up. All set up. Yes, all is set up. Oh my God. And I'm kind of sick of it. Ain't nobody really talking about Ghislaine. They talking about it, but they not talking about that Canada sighting. You understand? So when they gonna come out later and tell us that she's already been granted a clemency, and they just kind of did it on the hush, and by that time ain't nobody gonna know where she at. It's like it's kind of too predictable for me. Hi Jonathan, who are you that's on restriction? What name are you on restriction? I mean, I'm just saying. I got folk mad at me coming out in my comment section trying to find ways to report me because you come in talking noise and I ain't supposed to talk noise back to you. You got me bent, baby. Don't come over here harassing me, trying to cyberbully me because you don't like what I say about the fake president. I am here is today. I am here is today. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Don't come trying to poke me and get mad because I poked that ass back. You can't tell me how to poke you back. Don't come over here calling me nothing. Cause I'ma light your ass up. Yeah, thank you. So now I can report you. Do what you do, boo. You sound like your big pappy, your big daddy. You want to talk that thick? Yeah, but don't want nobody to say nothing to you. Yeah, don't come over here with that. No, stop being a cheerleader for a PDFer. Okay? Mad because I cleared Michael Jackson. He's a protector. He was protecting every last one of them kids that came out and said he was a protector. He never tried to harm us. He didn't want. If it wasn't for him, I'd have got on a plane and went to that island. Don't come over here expecting for me to support Trump. I don't care if he is president. I didn't vote for him. I saw through his ass the first time. Okay? So yeah, no. Ain't mad. And you gonna be mad this go around because I don't believe it. And I'm really trying to understand why all these attempts and nobody make it worth our while. Come on. At least Jonathan Adi returned fire. At least he returned fire. Come on now. Yeah, Janet. Okay, well, Janet, I need to know, are you with me today? Or if you gonna leave, you gonna let me know you leaving, boo? Because I had to get that back because I didn't know what was going on. Are you here or are you going to be here and there and everywhere? So I know. Because they tried to get me. Are you the guy that was trying to get me? Are you Brian? Jonathan, I don't know what you're talking about. But let's hear this in the meantime, and I'll let Janet handle that with you because we're trying to see what you own. Hey, Big Money, Big Red. Black podcasters, why are you? Who said I'm pardoned? Joseph. What the fuck? Who said I'm siding with Trump? Joseph, are you Jonathan? Yeah, no, I ain't finna play with you today. Okay, let's listen, because I don't know what these clowns are.
Attempted prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein that ended up in a non-prosecution agreement.
Let's start over. Epstein cover-up runs much deeper.
To Ghislaine Maxwell's claim about 25 men with secret settlements, 4 named co-conspirators, that's from...
See, that makes me think, right there, makes me think that's why he done tried to secretly pardon her, granted her clemency, and gonna try to tell us later. Because of them 25 men that she made mention of. As well as letting Pam Bondi know that she didn't appreciate her talking about her dying in prison. All of a sudden, she done secretly been spotted in Canada. 25 men in Pam Bondi's mouth. I don't believe he... Oh yeah, I went on blocked him. Yeah, I think his mask fell off the last time he was here. Let's go.
5 men with secret settlements, 25 men with secret settlements, 4 named co-conspirators. 25 men with secret settlements, 4 named co-conspirators. That's from the first attempted prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein that ended up in a non-prosecution agreement. All of those names, everything about that is in the Epstein files that have not yet been released.
Thank you, Big Money, Big Red.
Lawrence, the biggest lie in the Epstein cover-up is that Epstein and Maxwell were the only 2 people who abused and raped 1,200 plus survivors.
Now, we would certainly have more information about the other
I need to get over there.
If, the Trump administration actually released the Epstein files, which they are
required to do by law, since
Congress has passed legislation requiring them to do it. But nonetheless, Ghislaine Maxwell has claimed
I need, no disrespect, baby girl. I need to get over there where Ro Khanna and old boy is talking, because... I don't know if that's all or not, but since you brought her up, thank you, respectfully. I think that's why she's been secretly released from Bryan Federal Prison. And I think that's why she has been, and Trump may have been also granted some leniency because he thought he wasn't in the Epstein files after he told on Epstein. So hold on. Because I ain't buying it. I think all of this, him acting a fool yesterday, him being told no by the court, the Supreme Court, the boycott on the 24th, I think all of that plays a part. Where is that one about, dang it, about Ghislaine? Let me go back to old Gertie again. Yeah, I think all that play a part. I ain't buying none of it. And I definitely do not think somebody was on his property. Why y'all shooting, kill him? Did he shoot anything?
Ghislaine Maxwell's claim.
Did any cartel leader? Oh, now they done killed the cartel leader. Y'all, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy.
Mike, what's happening in Mexico right now?
Former DEA.
Well, this morning, the Mexican army located Nemesio Ceguera Cervantes, better known as El Mencho, the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel.
Okay, not the Semiola cartel, so I can wait for that. Hold on, because if it had been the Semiola cartel.
To Ghislaine Maxwell's claim about 25 men with secret settlements, 4 named co-conspirators, that's from the first attempted prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein that ended up in a non-prosecution agreement. All of those names, everything about that is in the Epstein files that have not yet been released according to the law that you got passed.
Lawrence, the biggest lie in the Epstein cover-up is that Epstein and Maxwell were the only 2 people who abused and raped 1,200 plus survivors.
1,200.
Now, we would certainly have more information
1,200
about the other co-conspirators if, the Trump administration actually released the Epstein files, which they are required to do by law since Congress has passed legislation requiring them to do it. But nonetheless, Ghislaine Maxwell has claimed
they have no respect for the law, but they want us to follow it. Bullcrap.
Secret settlements to avoid ever getting prosecuted. Cenk, your thoughts?
Yeah, so the idea that our government and our media tried to sell us that Epstein did it by himself and along with Maxwell, you really, not only would you have to be naive to believe that, you'd all have to be a borderline moron, to be honest.
Well, it's on to be in my comments thinking I'm going to go along with that crap.
That's the case. And so I love that Ro Khanna and Tom Massey, we've got 2 champions in Congress. We've got and 533 people on the fence, at best. So that's part of the story here. Apparently Maxwell knows who those 25 are. I don't know what other favors we're going to do for her to get that information, but it doesn't matter if we have the information. Since Epstein is an Israeli agent, we're never going to prosecute any of those people.
So here's what you need to know. In December of last year, Maxwell submitted a self-represented petition to overturn her criminal convictions. I guess existing in Club Med, the Club Med of prisons isn't good enough, even though she should have been in a high security place, considering she's a rapist. Anyway, Maxwell claimed that substantial new evidence has emerged from related civil actions, government disclosures, investigative reports, and documents demonstrating constitutional violations that undermine the fairness of her proceedings. If I had any position of power, I would go out of my way to ensure that the system were more unfair to her. But Courthouse News Service published Maxwell's entire petition last December that undermine the fairness of her proceedings. If I had any position of power, I would go out of my way to ensure that the system were more unfair to her. But Courthouse News Service published Maxwell's entire petition last December, and it's now making headlines because of the extraordinary claim that 25 of Epstein's pals escaped justice. 25 people. So, keep in mind that Maxwell is claiming that her accusers reached settlements with Epstein's associates, and Maxwell's filing reads verbatim, New evidence reveals that there were 25 men with which the plaintiff,
out.
The plaintiff lawyers,
Big Money, Big Red, she out.
Settlements
and got
that
caught
could equally be considered as
with
co-conspirators. And keep in mind, it is unclear
Epstein's
whether the
attorney.
25 men who reached these secret settlements also reached deals with the feds, shielding them from prosecution. And there's more.
And
so
it's
the
funny.
finding also
Hold on,
claims-
let me get there. And it's funny. Yesterday, I saw so many people repeating what I had said to my tea sippers late that night. They done circled the eyes. They done. I said, baby, they can say what they want to say. They be over here listening to Auntie Fee, baby. Somebody do. They went in there and broke it down the same way I broke it down late that night, Friday night, early Sunday morning. Hold on, let me show y'all. Yeah, that's her. Circle them eyes. And they can have a looking like if you want to, but you can't get that fake eye and that other eye on point the way Auntie Fee broke it down for y'all. See, that's why I don't be understand why my tea sippers be tripping like that and my likes don't match the people that's in here. I don't care if it's 10 people in here, I should have 10 likes. Y'all so get the likes up. Right now, hit the like buttons. There's 62 people in here ear hustling, and it needs to be 62 likes. Get them up. Get out. You know, it is what it is. Hold on, where was it this far up? Oh, this one right here.
Wait, is this Ghislaine Maxwell?
Hi, Tamika.
Ghislaine? Do I know you? You know Ghislaine?
No, sorry.
No.
She already out Big Money, Big Red.
Oh, really?
She always delivered, yeah.
This video has been going viral
Yeah.
online, and although Grok says that this video has been heavily edited, it says that the base video looks to be real from Quebec City, Canada.
She in Canada.
This looks a lot more like Ghislaine than this.
Oh, that's not
People are
her.
also wondering who's the guy she's talking to, and there's a lot of people that think it looks a whole lot like Alan Dershowitz,
Absolutely.
Epstein's lawyer. But
I
what
was
about the
I was so busy on her in her eyes that I ain't even worried about the guy. I kind of looked at him the other day, but I didn't. Hold on, but I didn't pay that much emphasis. And then here comes somebody else. Here comes somebody else circling them eyes. Like I said, Lord, they was all up in Auntie Fee, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Whoever this is got to be a tea sipper. Or somebody sent it to them and told them to look at that eye. Y'all know good and dang well they got that from me, because I was the only one that broke that eye down like that. But carry on. Yeah, you know, I ain't tripping. I just don't understand why I have to go through what I go through for y'all just to hit the dang like button and support my platform. The same people support the platform, but they want the tea though. Yeah, no. I don't understand why I cut up and why I'm here. This y'all to understand. So this is some of the reason why I ain't believing this. I ain't believing. Thank you, baby. I ain't believing this. All of a sudden, somebody get unalive for being near, not on his property, not in his house, not just near it, and he get unalive. And why we ain't seen a picture yet? I mean, they gonna probably show one after people keep asking, but no, come on now. Come on now. Thank you, Janet. Come on now. So, and then I'm looking at this here, and I need for him to know. Look at here. Before I forget, I need for you to know that it was Trump who put you out there. I almost called him. Yeah, it was Trump who put you out there, Andrew, when he was running for office, re-elected. He said, "Ask Andrew." So you better tell on him the way he put you out there. I said all of that to say, you better tell on him the way he put you out there, he already knew he had put you out there when he told on Epstein.
They finally pulled the trigger. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the one they used to call Prince Andrew, Duke of York, favorite son of the crown.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
So then you so two-faced it. You so can't be trusted. You so not loyal, but you want everybody to be loyal to your fat red orange ass until you put him out there, and then you gonna turn around and say, you know, I really hate this. I really don't know. You know, I think this is this, that, and the other. Did you forget that you the one who named his ass first? So, Andrew Barmarlathu, or whatever your name, Windsor, you better tell on him. Because he put you out there before your years before you got arrested. He told on you. This fatty addy right here. He put a name on it, just like he did Clinton. Y'all better let the floodgates, open them floodgates and tell on his ass. But see what he doing, he trying to position it before it comes out. All y'all need to do is let these Epstein files line up with the truth. You tell the story while we look at the pictures and let us connect the dots. Because what he is doing is trying to put it out there first to make it seem like y'all gonna be retaliating. Okay. Well, they ain't unalive Ghislaine. So if they ain't unalive her, and she been throwing plenty threats. Plenty of them. And they don't let her ass make it to Canada. So, yeah, no, tell it.
They finally pulled the trigger. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the one they used to call Prince Andrew, Duke of York, favorite son of the crown.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it.
You've been on his private plane.
Yes.
You've been to stay on his private island.
Yes.
You've stayed at his home in Palm Beach.
Yes.
Were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
It was a convenient place to stay.
Your
Convenient.
arm was around her
You
waist.
rich.
Yes.
You've seen the photo.
I've seen the photo.
Do you explain that?
Has been cuffed and dragged off Sandringham Estate at dawn on his 66th birthday.
I was so young. Ghislaine woke me up in the morning and said, "You're going to meet a prince today." I didn't know at that point that I was going to be trafficked to that prince. And then that night, Prince Andrew came to the house.
Official story: misconduct in public office, tied to leaking trade secrets to Jeffrey Epstein, back when he was UK Special Trade Envoy. BS. That's the cover story they're feeding the normies still sipping the blue pill Kool-Aid. This is the controlled demolition phase. The Epstein files, the real ones, not the sanitized drip feed the Mockingbird media showed you, have names, dates, flight logs, bank wires, and photos that were never supposed to see daylight. They show Andrew wasn't just a visitor to Little St. James. He was an asset, a royal cutout, a bagman moving intel, favors, and access between the Crown, the City of London, Mossad-adjacent networks, and the global pedo-elite blackmail pyramid. They arrested him today because the dam broke. Too many anons, too many archived drops.
Too many archived drops.
Outlets, the ones not owned by BlackRock, started cross-referencing the redacted pages with old FOIAs and Swiss banking leaks. The strings got too visible. So the deep state faction currently holding the levers decided, sacrifice the disposable royal. Let the public think justice is served.
Oh,
the
no.
real players, the ones whose names are still...
Oh, no. Oh, no. All you did was allow us to see that hierarchies can be arrested and detained. And if he can, Trump can. So thank you for that. You're not exempt. Just like his big brother said. Just like the king said, the one who asked you was eating on the plane. Yeah, the king. He said, let the courts, let the law do what it's supposed to do. Nobody is above the law. And that includes you too. That includes you too. See, y'all fumbling and crumbling. Y'all making too many mistakes. This regime is over. Huckabee saying Israel need to be able to have, and they need to rule. Baby, Saudi, everybody who done made a deal and put money in Trump's pocket saying what? What? Huckabee said what? Yeah, what? Oh, is that what y'all doing? Yeah. Y'all making too many mistakes. You're nervous. Your hand is shaking and wobbling. Too many infusions or something. Y'all dribbling and fumbling all over the ball. Yeah. Yeah. You started this. And y'all all they better all tell it.
A royal cutout, a bagman moving intel, favors, and access between the Crown, the City of London, Mossad-adjacent networks, and the global pedo-elite blackmail pyramid. They arrested him today because the dam broke. Too many anons, too many archived drops, too many foreign outlets, the ones not owned by BlackRock, started cross-referencing the redacted pages with old FOIAs and Swiss banking leaks. The strings got too visible. So the deep state faction currently holding the levers decided, sacrifice the disposable royal. Let the public think justice is served.
Nope.
While the real players, the ones whose names are still black-barred, walk free.
You better unblack them. You better tell
Look
it.
at the timing. King Charles stays silent except for that scripted 5-word nothing burger. The law must take its course. No press conference from Buckingham Palace. Just a single paragraph email. Strings got too visible. So the deep state faction currently holding the levers decided, sacrifice the disposable royal. Let the public think justice is served, while the real players, the ones whose names are still black-barred,
It's going to be a domino effect. They all going to let them tell it.
Look at the timing. King Charles stays silent except for that scripted 5-word nothing.
That's why I don't believe this fake somebody was near Mar-A-Lago. It don't even make sense.
Just a single paragraph email to selected journos. Thames Valley Police raided his properties, but conveniently found nothing explosive on camera, because the real files were already scrubbed or moved years ago. Mainstream headlines all use the exact same phrasing. Ties to Epstein. Never blackmail operation. Never intelligence compromise. Never compromising material on sitting royals and prime ministers. This isn't justice. This is theater. Andrew is the fall guy because he's expendable. Sweat doesn't sweat. No longer useful after the 2019 car crash interview and the Virginia Jew-free payoff. They're cutting losses to protect the pyramid's apex. You still believe it's coincidence that every major politician, royal, billionaire, and Academy Award winner who flew on Lolita Express has either lawyered up into silence, died by suicide, or suddenly found God in a plea deal? They finally pulled the trigger. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the one they used to call Prince Andrew, Duke of York, favorite son of the crown.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it.
You've been on his private plane.
Yes.
You've been to stay on his private island.
Yes.
You've stayed at his home in Palm Beach.
Yes.
Were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
It was a convenient place to stay.
Your arm was around her waist.
Yes.
You've seen the photo.
I've seen the photo.
Do you explain that?
Has been cuffed and dragged off Sandringham Estate at dawn on his 66th birthday.
I was so young. Ghislaine woke me up in the morning and said, "You're going to meet a prince today." I didn't know at that point that I was going to be trafficked to that prince. And then that night, Prince Andrew came to her house.
Official story: misconduct in public office, tied to leaking trade secrets to Jeffrey Epstein, back when he was UK Special Trade Envoy. BS. That's the cover story they're feeding the normies still sipping the blue pill Kool-Aid. This is the controlled demolition phase. The Epstein files, the real ones, not the sanitized drip feed the Mockingbird media showed you, have names, dates, flight logs, bank wires, and photos that were never supposed to see daylight. They show Andrew wasn't just a visitor to Little St. James. He was an asset, a royal cutout, a bagman moving intel, favors, and access between the Crown, the City of London, Mossad-adjacent networks, and the global pedo-elite blackmail pyramid. They arrested him today because the dam broke. Too many anons, too many archived drops, too many foreign outlets, the ones not owned by BlackRock, started cross-referencing the redacted pages with old FOIAs and Swiss banking leaks. The strings got too visible. So the deep state faction currently holding the levers decided, sacrifice the disposable royal. Let the public think justice is served, while the real players, the ones whose names are still black-barred, walk free and keep running the show. Look at the timing. King Charles stays silent except for that scripted 5-word nothing burger. The law must take its course. No press conference from Buckingham Palace. Just a single paragraph email to selected journos. Thames Valley Police raided his properties, but conveniently found nothing explosive on camera, because the real files were already scrubbed or moved years ago. Mainstream headlines all use the exact same phrasing. Ties to Epstein. Never blackmail operation. Never intelligence compromise. Never compromising material on sitting royals and prime ministers. This isn't justice. This is theater. Andrew is the fall guy because he's expendable.
Okay, hold on.
Sweat doesn't sweat. No longer useful after the 2019 car crash interview and the Virginia Jew-free payoff. They're cutting losses to protect the pyramid.
I know y'all lying to me, and y'all ain't hit my like button. It's 122 people up in here. I know you lying to me. Baby, what? And they don't went to Diana? Oh, no, y'all need to hit the like button. Double tap, 3 dots at the top. Super chat, super sticker, share, like, subscribe, join the membership. You know, show some form of support for this tea, because my tea be hot. Absolutely. I serve good hot tea. Ooh, it be hot. Hi, Rory. Hi, Pernell. Been a minute. How you doing? Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, talking about
Burger. The law must take its course. No press conference from
Diana.
Buckingham Palace. Just a single paragraph email to selected journos. Thames Valley Police raided his properties, but conveniently found nothing explosive on camera.
When did they raid it? They didn't tell us of a raid.
Or moved years ago.
Thank you, Kane. Like,
Mainstream
ooh, the
headlines
GOAT.
all use the exact same
I'm the
phrasing.
GOAT.
Ties to Epstein.
Thank you.
Never blackmail operation.
I appreciate
Never
it.
intelligence compromise. Never compromising material on sitting royals and prime ministers. This isn't justice. This is theater. Andrew is the fall guy because he's expendable. Sweat doesn't sweat. No longer useful after the 2019 car crash interview
that didn't make sense.
and the Virginia Jew-free payoff. They're cutting losses to protect the pyramid's apex. You still believe it's coincidence that every major politician, royal, billionaire, and Academy Award winner who flew on Lolita Express has either lawyered up into silence, died by suicide, or suddenly found God in a plea deal? They finally pulled the trigger. Andrew Mountbatten.
That's true. You better find the Lord. You better find the Lord. That's what I said. If ever you needed the Lord before, you sure do need him now. Baby, because it's about to go down. Oh, absolutely. Them dots are connected. I'll be back over here in a minute. let's get back over here because I need for y'all to understand what's really going on and why Auntie Feet ain't believing this Mar-A-Lago mess. And this chick done been spotted in Canada with Epstein's attorney. They having a whole family reunion, a whole PDFer handler union in front of a pizza parlor, Pizzagate. Come on now. With a Pokemon behind her head, sitting there waiting like they waiting for a kid, like they gonna grab him and run off with him. Like they gotta get back in business and make some more money and start the process all over. Cause Trump bank accounts are frozen. Hello. Yeah, I ain't buying it. Or is this gonna be a insurance job or what? His money funny. Have he let Savannah Guthrie mama go? How you gonna create another stage performance and shit and you ain't let that girl mama go? Oh, you ain't got time to do that? Oh, you ain't think about that? You got too many? Yeah. Oh, you just still mad because the Supreme Court, two or three of them that you appointed that went against you. Oh yeah, I'm on your ass today, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
In Club Med, the Club Med of prisons isn't good enough, even though she should have been in a high security place, considering she's a no. In December of last year, Maxwell submitted
y'all don't even know she ain't in there.
Self-represented petition to overturn her criminal convictions. I guess.
You better cut. Now his amnesia kicked in, Pronell. He don't. Did I say that? Now he playing Urkel. Did I say that? Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's more than $2,000 that you need to pay people back, cause you didn't cut the check when you said you was gonna cut it, and you was still milking the terrorists. You was still making money. Yeah, it needs to be double that. Yeah, did I do that? Did I say that? Hell yeah, you said it. Show us the money. Jerry Maguire his butt. Show us the money. Yeah, and you need to get the cow industry, our cowboys, some money too. I've been supposed to tap in on how you done played the cow men. Yeah, you know you don't want to invite the black ones. I don't know why you mad at the black people. Or they didn't pay in. Or they saw you for who you. They said they ain't gonna let you hustle in. Oh, okay, yeah. Don't think I ain't on that too. It's coming. You just be having too much back to back. You can't give nobody a break. You all over the place. Oh, you don't want. Oh, it's it's them Epstein. Oh, okay. Your name. People started. There's a video. Oh yeah, I forgot. One side saying if you push a button and help Israel, they gonna release some videos of you. Oh, so when we saw Epstein, he was showing you that he's sending these people. Oh, he the one leaking these videos and shit of you with minors. Oh, you stuck like Chuck. I got it now. I got it. Let's go. Let's go.
Club Med, the Club Med of prisons isn't good enough, even though she should have been in a high security place, considering she's a rapist. Anyway, Maxwell claimed that substantial new evidence has emerged from related civil actions, government disclosures, investigative reports, and documents demonstrating constitutional violations that undermine the fairness of her proceedings. If I had any position of power, I would go out of my way to ensure that the system were more unfair to her. But Courthouse News Service published Maxwell's entire petition last December, and it's now making headlines because of the extraordinary claim that 25 of Epstein's pals escaped justice. 25 people. So keep in mind that Maxwell is claiming that her accusers reached settlements with Epstein's associates, and Maxwell's filing reads verbatim, New evidence reveals that there were 25 men with which the plaintiff lawyers reached secret settlements that could equally be considered as co-conspirators. And keep in mind, it is unclear whether the 25 men who reached these secret settlements also reached deals with the feds, shielding them from prosecution. And there's more. So the filing also claims that 4 of the notorious financier's employees were mentioned in a non-prosecution agreement. And in the sex trafficking indictment Epstein faced before he killed himself in jail, allegedly, but they were never charged. So Maxwell claims that she does not know the identities of those individuals, and that if she did, she would tell authorities. I wouldn't trust a single word that comes out of this woman's mouth. Let's just put it that way. And of the, this is relevant because on February 9th, Maxwell will sit for deposition before the House Oversight Committee, which I'm looking forward to. Hopefully we learn some interesting information from that deposition. But Cenk, your thoughts?
Yeah, so again, 2 parts to this. First of all, of course, Ghislaine knows who the 25 are. How did she know there's 25?
I know, seriously.
Why not 24 or 26? You seem to know it pretty well. Guys, every part of this story is a joke on the American people. Mainly perpetrated by our politicians, but to some degree working with establishment media. So, number 1, Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, should be in maximum security. She's one of the biggest child traffickers in American history. She's in the Club Fed, and she gets to run the place. Everybody else has to go in their cells, and she gets to have dinner by herself, etc. She's like Pablo Escobar in a Colombian prison.
Yeah, but they just reloaded this an hour ago. And they had
that's
Connor.
Her dad, by the way, is Robert Maxwell, and no one in television tells you this because they want to protect Israel. Robert Maxwell was the biggest spy in Israeli
he was the
history.
biggest.
He stole American nuclear secrets.
And let's be clear. Let's be clear. Look at this. It is really beginning to feel like I said yesterday that Donnie boy, the orange boy, is a spy as well. He is the enemy of the United States. Let me say it again. There's a texture here. And I don't care how you look at it. He is pro-Israel. And we have to respect the facts that his roots, not roots, his roots is not U.S. So all this birthright citizenship and all of this crazy stuff, he is not pro-U.S. Never have been. It's just been an opportunity. So he's working for the one who gave him $100 million. That's who he's working for. That's who allowed him to be in office. There is not a person that could have had 1 felony and been the president. He had 34. And his claim to fame is keeping shit tied up in the system, judicial system, for years. Let's be clear.
That's why
so don't come over here expecting for me to believe nothing he said.
School systems, textbooks.
He does not have our best interest at heart about nothing.
48 and 67, when that's not remotely true. They did aggressive wars to seize land. They ethnically cleansed 750,000 Palestinians in 1948. So what you're seeing in Gaza now, they already did in 48. They attacked all their neighbors in 67, but we're lied to over and over again by our media.
A background check for what?
Because they're in the back pockets of a foreign country. So then
they had to come to your house to do a background check.
Justice here at home. And our government constantly tells us, no, it doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or Republican administration. You are never going to get justice for those girls. We're going to hide the people who did it forever because the people who did it are the people bribing us. It's not
It's a
rocket
legal
science.
process.
It's
They
super
came to the
obvious.
House,
First of all, campaign
but he
contributions
in the
on legalized
office.
bribes. And
White
they
House.
in that same fashion, bribe 94% of Congress. So they have Congress completely. That's why even when Obama objected to Netanyahu coming, Congress said no. He's our real president. They had him come over, and they did standing ovation after standing ovation for him because they're like, "There's our dear leader."
Obama said, "Who said no?"
The greatest people betray.
What the bruh said? What? Bruh said no. Yeah, he was like, "Heck no." Yeah, Congress said yeah. That's it.
Bribe 94% of Congress. So they have Congress completely. That's why even when Obama objected to Netanyahu coming, Congress said no. He's our real president. They had him come over, and they did standing ovation after standing ovation for him because they're like, "There's our dear leader. Where's our bribe? So where's our bribe?"
Where's our bribe? So this is how they get in. This is how the devil get you. This is how they got Charlie Kirk. You know, they bait you in. You remember I went over this last night. Bible said, when I said sheep are dumb, God said, protect my sheep. Don't let my sheep go astray. And one of them sheep hurdlers was a wolf. Lured him. And then once they got over there, they thinking it's a script. They think they working. They thinking they helping the campaign and da 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 da. And they done gave you a little here go a couple meals. Like, dang, all I have to do is act like I'm with this shit. I mean, I could just say, read this script, and then now they gonna want you to sign a contract, and they gonna remind you of how much money they done gave you, and now you done went to that party, and they done slipped a Mickey in one of them drinks and caught you and put a mole on you. Had one of them little girls come and serve you a drink, and you looking at her like she grown, cause they done put some what type of whatever plant that was that they say Epstein have that you can't even remember shit. So you can't play with the devil. He gonna lure you in every time. And when you think you can back out, you don't even know you done crossed the line or you done went too far. And they saying, no, dog, that ain't how that go. You done already sold your soul. And half the time you probably haven't, but you playing with them. So all they have done was manipulated and lied to you. So they gonna lie to you again, because everything about them is to lie, steal, and kill. It's deceptive. That's why you can't take money. You can't let money be your lead and guide on everything. Money lured you. Trump in there, 100 mil. That Marion lady gave him 100 mil, and you think, and he broke, and they done froze his money. Now everybody and their mama that Epstein done sent evidence to threaten him. Yeah, no, it's a wrap, man. But look, you got Obama. Everybody want to put Obama in some shit. Said, even when Obama said no to Bibi Netanyahu, he was like, oh, no, dog. And he from Chicago. He was like, oh, no, dog. Don't let Smooth Taste fool you. It's a no for me. Them boys said, let him, yeah, BB, he's our man. Bow down to BB. So you telling me Barack Obama's the only one that told him no? Nah, it's a plant. It's a flower. I'll pull it up. It's a flower. And it looked like a flower. I used to, now, I'll show, it's a flower. So Barack Obama was the only one that told Bibi Netanyahu no. That's so That's so messed up. And then y'all want to put him in some shit. Say his wife is a dude. Yeah, y'all want to have something negative to say about him. You know, don't leave him out. Want to add him to a lineup, knowing good and damn well he wasn't a part of that shit. So shout out to you for saying what Peter do. Peter normally cool. What Peter say? Oh, no, he was just naming what plant he thought I was talking about. I guess. I don't know. Peter normally cool. Let's go.
And did standing ovation after standing ovation for him because they're like, there's our dear leader. Where's our bribes? Where's our bribes? The greatest people betraying us are campaign contributions are legalized bribes. And the Israelis, in that same fashion, bribe 94% of Congress. So they have Congress completely. That's why
that's in their
even
pocket.
when Obama objected to Netanyahu coming, Congress said no. He's our real president. They had him come over and they did standing ovation after standing ovation for him because they're like, there's our dear leader. Where's our bribes? Where's our bribes? The greatest people betraying us are not the Israelis. It's our own politicians who work for Israel and who say, oh, you want to rape our children? Go ahead. We'll cover it up. We'll pretend that you're not an Israeli agent. Go look at the drop site news articles. Epstein tried to procure cyber weapons for Israel. He tried to get America to bomb Syria and Iran on behalf of Israel. He set up meetings with the Israeli Prime Minister and Putin and other world leaders.
He normalized relations between the UAE and Israel. He even played a role in the Iran-Contra.
Yes, because the Israeli agents, Mossad was
I'm
also
pull
involved
it
in
up,
Iran-Contra.
It's crazy.
So that brings Epstein into it.
Yeah.
And so since Epstein and Maxwell are the most obvious Israeli agents in human history, all of media and all of our
it came
politicians
out
have to
in the
lie to you,
Epstein's
because
in the
otherwise how can they serve Israel?
files.
So this is the nonsense that's going on in our country. We have to free ourselves from this. We have to have liberation. And the way that you do that, and we stop being occupied by Israel, is Operation Consequences. You have to vote them out. We're totally nonviolent. We're for peace, okay? So all consequences means is, in a democracy, you have political consequences. So go to operationconsequences.com. Any politician that from this day forward gives a single dollar to Israel, vote them out because they're not your representatives.
Absolutely. I agree.
Representatives.
I was about to say that. Any of them take a donation. Don't vote. I don't care if everything else you say, well, we have a similar ideas or we. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's a fake. That's a fraud. What is the plant that? PRS. I'm trying to pull it up. Yeah, and you know what? I used to have these. I used to have these in my yard. These got to be some different ones. Let me pull it up. Yeah, I used to have these in my yard. I love these plants, so he must have put something on these plants. Or it must be, I'm laughing. But I love this. So I'm going to show them to you. But these must be a different. Don't laugh. But the ones I saw that he had a picture in the Epstein file got me stuttering. Look. It had a little red thing on it. I don't know, but listen. I can actually go in my archives and find these things. I used to love them. They were beautiful to me, but I think these must have been slightly different. Than the ones I had. And they the trumpets. Hold on. Yeah, no, mine had that red on them. But listen. I need to find a picture of them when they bloom. Because they go down at night and they rise in the morning. Or they, something like that. Auntie feet. Right here, them trumpets. Elimination, free will. Yeah, I had these. And I think at during the PM they turn up and they so these must be some special ones. Talking about eliminates free will. Like what? Yeah, no. Yeah, Auntie Fee used to have these in the yard. They beautiful. Hold on, let me find another one, because I need to find one when they, turn up looking like a trumpet. Hold on. Yeah. I used to like them trumpets. Y'all know I ain't no good. Yeah. They a drug. You lose your memory. Folk won't have no feeling. And I had these planted in my yard. Cause the guy, he he said, oh, you just need little, they'll grow, they grow. Hold on, let me find the one. Maybe it's the color. Trumpet. Hold on. Angel trumpets. Yeah. But they ain't say nothing about. He must have put something on it, y'all. Hold on. I just thought those were so pretty because at night, I think at night they go down and in the morning they wake up. Hold on. Newly unleashed documents from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation in 2026 revealed an email in which Epstein referred to cultivating trumpet plant in his nursery, fueling speculations regarding the interest in the potent psychoactive. Come on, where's the rest of it? Compound. Scopolamine. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he got plants. Yeah. But mine were white. Yeah. So that's the plant that he was using. He was giving these people these plants and making them lose their memory. I had no earthly idea. They're beautiful. So, but stay away from them. Lord. I had a psycho, I guess they worse than mushrooms, huh? I had no idea. I want y'all to see her. So y'all know. They look like that. And then at night, they go down. And during the day, they bloom back up. But mine was white in the front. So, yeah. The native we feared. Yeah, I had no idea. So listen, I'm gonna get off of this, but y'all be careful with them trumpets. This is just FYI. They beautiful. I want to, yeah. Where they from? Because I need to do some more research on these. Look how they grow. They are beautiful. Do you hear me? They are beautiful. I just need for us to be aware, because sometimes we don't know. And I want us to always know what we are getting ourselves into. Let me get to some images and then I'm going to get back to the story. Ooh. Now see, I would think that these right here will be psychedelic. Let me take it off. Now these right here would scare me. Hold on, y'all. I just want... Why they not showing no white ones? Oh, no. He had all this exotic stuff on him. This is what Auntie Fee had. Mine was just pretty and white. And yeah, because I don't want y'all thinking I was doing no freaky, kinky stuff. That's what mine used to look like. Yeah, and see, at night or during the day, I don't remember. They would turn up. They'd go down at night and then rise up. Like somebody was blowing the horn. These right here, they are saying was deadly. Are deadly to the point that you don't remember nothing and they would numb you. And then he would be able to have his way with you. Isn't that horrible? These kids, these young people did not have a chance. And when I say they didn't have a chance, they did not have a chance. They were up. Yeah, look at you. They were up against wolves. Wolves. Wolves in sheep clothing. Y'all, if y'all got them trumpets in your yard, yank them out. Yank them out. Let's get on back over here. Let's hear about this mess that I'm just not believing. Let me hear what you're saying, because I think it's something else that's
yet
brewing.
Another sex scandal cover-up rocking the Trump administration. This time involving its labor secretary of all things, Lori Chavez DeRemer, and her
Low
husband.
self-esteem
Two
wolves.
separate
Absolutely.
investigations, and showing a cover-up that dates back at least till December, involving the husband, who's now been banned, according to the New York Times and other reports, from the hallways of the Department of Labor because he sexually assaulted two of this labor secretary's female staffers, caught on video. That's not the only thing caught on video. Apparently, the Inspector General for the Department of Labor under Donald Trump, and let's be frank, there's no more compromised Inspector General than one working for Donald Trump. But even they couldn't look the other way on allegations that the secretary herself, the labor secretary herself, has engaged in not only a hostile work environment, but has taken her underlings and staffers to a strip club in Oregon. Yes, and we actually know the name of the strip club from the OIG records. Took them to the Angels PDX strip club. And now the Inspector General is looking for video not only of the strip club visit, but also for her apparently having frequent meetings with her, how do I put this nicely, her lover, her side piece outside the marriage, regularly meeting with some sort of affair, both in her Washington, D.C. Apartment and in a hotel room in Las Vegas. What kind of marriage is this? But it is emblematic, is it not, of the rot that is the top of the Trump administration. It would, of course, it would be the Trump administration who's in the midst of covering up the cover-up of the Epstein child sex trafficking ring. Of course they would tolerate and abide having a labor secretary whose husband is accused of being a sexual predator, and whose wife, the labor secretary, is doing maybe worse in terms of abusing her staffers. There's even allegations by the Inspector General's investigation that the Labor Secretary has a secret stash of liquor and drinks on the job. Wow. And put this all into context. Look how the world is handling their dirty laundry when it comes to sex scandals, right? Norway indicts its ex-prime minister for his relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. UK arrests the former Prince Andrew, now Andrew Windsor Mountbatten, whatever it is. They actually arrest him for his relationships to Epstein, right? People in the Starmer government in UK, their heads are falling because of relationships there. Former ambassadors losing their positions and being criminally investigated.
Yeah,
in the
everybody
United
except
States,
the U.S.
leaders of the entertainment industry, of law, of business, former politicians are all in academia, all losing their jobs because I didn't realize so many people were white knuckling the release of the 3 million pieces of paper in the Epstein files, but apparently they were. That's how the world and everything, every place but the Trump administration deals with its dirty laundry. But of course, Donald Trump has known about this since December 18th, since December when the investigations by the Met Police were opened. And yet we did not know about it until it just came to light in the last 24 hours. Another cover-up. Look at the amount of energy and time the Trump administration is using to cover up sex scandals. Of course, you have a person in the White House who's a criminal in chief, felon in chief, who himself has been accused and adjudged to be a sex abuser. See E. Jean Carroll. Our case is so gross in terms of his behavior that the United States Supreme Court doesn't even want to hear his appeal. They postponed that several days. And look at this MAGA party. Look at this MAGA party. In the same 24 hours that it's come to light that Lori Chavez de Remmer's anesthesiologist husband is sexually abusing or assaulting junior staff members for her, we have a Republican congressperson from Texas whose staffer, because of the embarrassment of the affair that she had with him, set herself on fire, and he's still running for a second term.
Don't care nothing about that.
Well, of course, to MAGA and Republicans, this is all okay. When you're right, the organization rots from the top, the fish rots from the head. I mean, it is mildly interesting that the person responsible for our labor, employee environments is, according to the allegations, the Inspector General's allegations, is a hostile work environment perpetrator of the First Order. Look, when she was a congressperson,
Hi, Maggie.
There were allegations that she was abusive in her workplace. There's a settlement for almost $100,000 that the Treasury Department had to pay because of her behavior when she was a congressperson. This is who Donald Trump picked to be the labor secretary.
I think that's one of the requirements. You got to have some PDF in your back pocket on your records. You have to have played with kids or essayed somebody, and that's the only way that you can be hired.
It's mildly interesting to talk about this issue, but put it into context. What it is indicative of, another data point for the corruption, for the immorality, for the lawlessness of the Trump administration. This would not be tolerated by any other fill-in-the-blank name of president but Donald Trump. But when you yourself have, as a judge by a criminal court, participated in a cover-up about your sex acts outside your marriage in the Stormy Daniels case in New York, when other women testified in the E. Jean Carroll case, along with E. Jean Carroll, about Donald Trump sexually abusing them, when you've got the Access Hollywood tape that came out about you saying you could grab women by their P word and get away with it because you were a celebrity. Why are we shocked?
Why?
That we don't have the morality and the ethics in the White House to fire Lori Chavez de Remmer. Now look, by the time this video goes up, she may be fired. It doesn't matter. So if she's fired, it's because It's because of the public outrage. Your credit score may have taken a big hit over the holidays, and you may not even know it. Sure, a late payment hurts, but so does results not guaranteed. Job is what her day job is when she's not being what her job is. Let's step back for a minute and talk about calm. So let's step back for a minute and talk about the labor secretary, what her job is, what her day job is when she's not being perverted and perverse. Okay. Her day job is, along with the Treasury Department, along with the Commerce Department, to be one of the engines and the honest brokers about our economy and Donald Trump's policies. How can you trust her now, knowing what I just told you? When she goes on MSNBC, CNBC, or Fox and talks about the economy, how can you take anything she says seriously? Here's a clip.
How do you see the jobs picture today? Well, consumer confidence is up. You know, investments are up. We see the president talk about the outlook. All of the accomplishments that this administration has done have been true. We saw those numbers, 64,000 new jobs added month over month.
Can you trust anything she just said? No. And what is it with cabinet members for Donald Trump and their connectivity to sexual abuse
I know you
scandals?
lying.
Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, lied to the American people about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein, whatever they may be. Whatever they may be, he lied about them.
I know you lying.
Sometimes the cover-up is worse than any potential crime. And he was caught lying that he had no relationship with him since 2005.
I got something even more pathetic. I'm listening
lots
to
of connections with him, including asking him for money for a charity, having lunch on his island with his family and children, and lots of other connections. Just tell the truth. The American people deserve it. They demand it. Don't treat them like children. Don't patronize the American people. Well, what is it with this administration? They just get wrapped around their own axle because they don't have a guiding light because of Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is
so we're going to continue to follow the inevitable.
Hold on, y'all listen to this. You think that this is why I absolutely do not believe that this Mar-A-Lago stuff, I don't even want to touch it. Can y'all tell I don't even want to touch it? I don't want to act like I even believe it. I don't. I think it was a hoax. I think it was another deflection. It's a clown show. And that's why I got this background right here, boo-boo, because it is a clown show. It's a clown show. I just say, ain't never seen nothing like it in my life. But listen to this. Let's hear this right here. This gonna blow your mind.
All over the place.
Y'all hit the like button. Hold up. Yeah, let me back this thing up. Back this. Hey, Tehran. Listen to this. I got y'all too big. But I don't want nobody saying, she trying to be funny. Yeah, I am. You playing in our face, you know. You doing clown shit. Excuse my French. Yeah. I gave you a clown face. I'm going to be good at this in a minute. Y'all listen to this with your good ear. And hit the like button. If it sounds disgusting to you, hit the like button. Hi, Maggie. The whole still now. Listen.
As everybody knows, this past Saturday was, of course, Valentine's Day. So it's a chance for politicians to send out fundraising emails about love and all of that fun stuff. And, usually there's nothing wrong with that. Unless, of course, you're the type of politician that has been found civilly liable for sexual assault, and you send the very woman who you allegedly sexually assaulted an email.
Email on Valentine's Day.
It's Valentine's Day.
Hey, baby.
I love you, and I was pretty sure you loved me back.
Wow.
But that is exactly the email that E. Jean Carroll received from the Trump campaign on Saturday.
Can y'all believe that?
A jury in the defamation trial
that he ain't
found
paid
sexual assault, and you send the very woman who you allegedly sexually assaulted an email that says, "It's Valentine's Day, I love you, and I was pretty sure you loved me back." But that is exactly the email that E. Jean Carroll received from the Trump campaign on Saturday. A jury in the defamation trial found him civilly liable for the sexual assault that occurred. Not criminally liable, obviously. He has not been convicted of that. And there are no criminal charges.
Oh, no, it's civil. Okay, I was going to say, yes, he has.
But this woman,
he ain't paid her
the
money.
survivor,
she should have sent him a response and said, don't send me shit until you send me my money.
You loved me back. Now,
who need to retract? So please retract. We are grown women and men over here. Who, Janet? I don't see, did you remove it? Listen, if they're not being disrespectful, let them make it. I mean, I don't see nothing Maggie said wrong. What did she say wrong? Oh, my T-Sippers, baby. Oh, my God. This is funny. It's funny because I'm telling you why I'm laughing. Y'all. Yesterday, I think, a day before yesterday, Miss Tom, she was on it. I guess we was on our best bougie. I don't know. Miss Tom says, excuse me, no capital, all caps. Who you hollering at? And when I saw it, I said, wait a minute, I love all caps. It don't mean I'm hollering to me. I just like all caps. It's just kind of bold to me, you know. So because I didn't see nothing wrong with it. So now I'm going up and down looking to see what Maggie done said. And I guess we on our best bougie today. Because, I mean, truthfully, sometimes I slip. Well, Maggie don't do it because I gave her back her wrench now. Now, don't do it. Yeah, please, can we chill a little bit? Because I promise, I'm up here looking to see how Maggie got her letters like this. I'm digging how she kind of got them to a little slant. And Janet said no. She called us girls. Oh, wow. Okay, Lord. I know y'all be mad at me sometimes. Because, I'll say child and girl, please. Okay, y'all, can we chill? Can we just chill? It's an app. Okay, Maggie, you pushing it. Now, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to, because if she snatch you before I can hold her off you, ain't nothing I'm better to do. So to us, it's more than an app, because we keep it real over here. Now, to us, it's real life. Okay? I'm just keeping it real. When I go ham and start cussing folk out, folk take that They don't look at it like it's an app. They were saying Auntie Fee, she went ham. So I kind of disagree with you on that. We take it very serious. We take it very serious. I'm trying to get Janet to chill a little bit. But I'm going to be honest. Once she gets you, ain't shit I can do. So once I start back, everybody, ain't nobody in here right now that got a stick but Janet. And she will nab you. So I can't save you. Once I finna start back rolling, you know, I'm just telling you. So tread lightly. I mean, I don't know. Let's go. I'm telling the truth, ain't a Peter.
Found him civilly liable for the sexual assault that occurred.
Yeah, this is so messed up.
Not criminally liable, obviously. He has not been.
This is so messed up. This is so messed up.
I love you, and I was pretty sure you loved me back. But that is exactly the email that E. Jean Carroll received from the Trump campaign on Saturday.
That's harassing to me.
A jury in the defamation trial found him civilly liable for the sexual assault that occurred.
Hey, Miss Tom, I was just talking about
liable,
you.
Obviously, he has not been convicted of that. And there are no...
Hold up, y'all. For sure don't do no all caps. Mrs. Tom is here. Don't do no all caps. Now don't say Auntie Fee, you do all caps. Yes, yes, I do. But I'm telling y'all now, she don't like it. You have been warned. Carry on.
No criminal charges.
Hey, Miss Tom.
But this woman, who is a survivor, received an email from the man who
Hun black
abused
people.
him,
Yep, they was Hun black
saying,
people.
I love you, and I was pretty sure you loved me back. Now, let's take this to another level of creepy. E. Jean Carroll is obviously not somebody that has ever donated money to Donald Trump. She's probably somebody that's never donated money or supported the campaign of any Republican ever anywhere.
So why would she get that?
Somehow, her email address ended up on the Trump campaign mailing list. So one can only assume that they took her email from all the court stuff that they had and added her to the email list. You want to go another level of creepy? Let's do it.
Lord, you got some more?
As far as we know,
thank you, Mrs. Tom.
This was the first campaign email that she's gotten from them. So it's almost like they specifically added her just to target her with this creepy ass message that again it was sent to everybody.
Yeah, so it's like he
her.
taunting, just like they released the victim's information. It's like they are taunting people who have brought to light, let them have a platform, pushing the issue of the Epstein files being released. They are taunting victims.
But if this was the first one she received, it would stand to reason that they thought, you know what? Let's pour a little salt on that wound and add her so she gets this creepy-ass Valentine's message from the man that she claims sexually assaulted her in a department store changing room.
Right.
So, yeah. That's pretty disturbing. And of course, E. Jean Carroll got on social media, shared an image of it. She said, yes, this is a real email. No, I did not sign up on this mailing list. Yes, we are living in a crazy world. Crazy might be the mildest word to use right now. Disturbing, disgusting, absolutely just horrific. But that's what Trump is. This is what they do. They put her on that mailing list knowing she never signed up and sent her this creepy ass email. Scientists recently discovered a new evolutionary trait in puppies, and it's that
What?
they cannot grow up and reach
Oh no. Yeah, I don't.
potential
Let's talk about it, but
unless you
I don't believe
subscribe
it.
to this channel.
I don't believe it, but I guess I got to. I guess I got to talk about it.
POV, you live out of a van, every day looks a little different, and you still need your energy to feel steady. This is one habit I keep with Dose for Your Liver.
Donald Trump's attack on the United States Supreme Court is backfiring in his face.
Good.
Well, at the State of the Union, although the Midas Touch Network is holding our own People's State of the Union, which you should watch instead of the State of the Union, those Supreme Court justices are going to be sitting right there in front of him, and he rants and raves like a lunatic at the State of the Union. But setting that aside, you know, this Trump regime has a lot of cases before the United States Supreme Court, and the way Donald Trump has been attacking the Supreme Court since their ruling blocking his tariffs against the world, I mean, he's accused them of being foreign agents. He said that they're despicable people whose children should hate them. He's went on to say a number of things like this. There's so many unprecedented things about, about this regime, but just the idea of attacking Supreme Court justices so personally. I've seen really bad people in cases where they're losing behave like this. I mean, this is how Trump behaved even before he was in politics. He would very personally go after judges. He would always get sanctioned, and a lot of things like that would happen to him. And in my career as a lawyer, I'd observe bad behavior of people who were in cases, or even lawyers who would go after the judges. It would never end good for them. Okay.
Right.
And it would always be in the back of the judge's mind, at the end of the day, that there's really nothing you can do that's
and judges don't have time to have no sense of humor and try to figure out
in such ways. And let me show you what Donald Trump said. I mean, first, in his whiny whatever shtick this was on Friday, he talked about how deeply disappointing the ruling is and how ashamed of members. I'm so ashamed for you. Here, play this clip.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country.
And I think what this also does, also in terms of the backfiring, is, okay, you're ashamed of them. That's his tactic. At some point, you have to just directly say, so what? Who the hell cares? I'm ashamed of you as the president of the United States. You've brought shame to this country. And after all of the huffing and puffing, I'll blow your house down. I am ashamed for them, that they are a disgrace to our nation. Do you think that you're a disgrace to our
absolute
nation?
Disgrace.
And in many cases, the Supreme Court actually has been a disgrace to our nation, but not this ruling, by empowering you with absolute immunity. But here's what Donald Trump said is they're a disgrace to our nation. Here, play this clip.
They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you.
Oh, wow.
The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no.
He mad, y'all. This is why I don't believe that there was ever a real threat at Mar-A-Lago.
Great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no.
I just think about in other countries right now, Brazil. Their Supreme Court threw Jair Bolsonaro in prison for 27 years. In South Korea, their insurrectionist president, Jair Bolsonaro, was their insurrectionist president in Brazil. President Yoon, the insurrectionist president in South Korea, a life sentence in prison. You look at the UK right now, former Prince Andrew Mountbatten, He's now
Trump don't care nothing about it. He the reason why he got busted.
Titles. Yet the Supreme Court of the United States gave this maniac, who you see right there, absolute freaking immunity. And what he says about them, because they followed the law very clearly in a non-difficult case when it comes to tariffs, which is clearly an Article 1, Section 8 power of Congress. Like, it's so obvious. But Trump, you give him that inch, and that's not enough for him. You give him another inch, you give him absolute immunity, he still comes back and says to you, you're a disgrace. And here he is saying that the right-wing Supreme Court justices, Amy Coney Barrett and Gorsuch, are disgraces to their family. Here, play this clip.
At the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah.
They turned on you.
I think it's an embarrassment to their families.
Now, you're the embarrassment.
The two of them. Yeah.
You are the embarrassment.
Imagine being able to build an
embarrassment to everybody who voted for you. I know they hate they voted for you.
The guy says the craziest stuff. And finally, here he is responding.
I need to put that clown back up.
He keeps on saying that
when he starts saying clown stuff, I'm gonna put the clown face up. Hit the like button.
Foreign governments or foreign entities, and that they're under the control of foreign influence. Here, play this clip.
You mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
You gonna find out.
What alternatives are you going to...
You're going to find out.
You're gonna find out.
Harry Lippman,
oh, he pissed.
From the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Talking Feds Substack, and Talking Feds podcast. You know, this is backfiring for a lot of reasons. You know, Donald Trump's support is already crashing. We've seen with the Epstein file.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. I can't do him. Well, let me see where you gonna go with this, Harry. Let's go.
Crashing. His attack on the Maha Make America Healthy Again, whatever the hell that fraudulent RFK Jr.
all of this fraudulent
thing was.
I just can't believe that people really voted for this man, thinking,
you know, the way he's dealing with the economy. Then he goes, and the worst, this was my view, the worst week of his presidency. And then he goes out there and finds a way to make it worse.
Yep.
And that's what everybody's seeing. That's what people see, that demented behavior, Harry. And he's going to have to go in front of that court again, too. What do you make of it all, Harry?
Yeah, you know, Ben, demented,
he stayed in court. He's been losing in court.
We used to be talking when we were first seeing these indications of the madman in the White House about, you know, DSM-5 and paranoid narcissistic syndrome and whatever, and then it just goes into background noise, and then it's just Trump, and then I at least try to just steer away from diagnosis or psychoanalysis, but demented is
I wonder if some of those kids, the spirit of those kids is hunting him.
Just as you say, imagine when those 9 are in front of them. Imagine the next time they won't, let themselves be swayed by it. On the other hand, they're about to hold for him, and they know that they call them lapdogs. They should be ashamed of themselves, etc. And by the way, he came out, right, as he knows these statutes and those statutes. He completely misconstrued what they wrote. He said they've given him all these other powers, and that's all settled. All they did was not say those are possibly in play. But I just think,
thank you, Mrs. Tom.
Back to the psychology manuals. In a sense, if you just saw the transcript and maybe didn't see how it started, he was sort of schizophrenic about it, right? He was saying, this is the worst decision ever, and I hate them. Oh, but it's not going to be so bad, and we have other ways. But I hate them, and on the other hand, I have other routes. He could easily, the smart play would have been easily, and they knew they were going to lose, so this should have been, already decided in advance, is to, give it back in the hand treatment and say we're on to other ways to do it. But he couldn't stop.
Are you
himself.
talking to me,
This
Mrs.
is,
Tom?
the notion of loyalty to him, and that these two people
He ain't
put on
loyal
the
to
Supreme
nobody
Court
though.
really truly believes
it would be different if
fuck the country.
if he was loyal. He
But
put these
to
people
Donald
out there
Trump
like that.
personally is to come through. That's their duty to him, and he just has no way of hiding his steam coming out of his ears.
Oh, yeah, he pissed.
You wondered when he first came up how he would play it, and he started a little bit. And he just kind of got wound up, and they were lapdogs and complete. They hate the country and all this stuff. These are Supreme Court justices, so demented.
Kind
really
of on
is.
myself. What you say? I just
Stop the
see.
tape right here, and let's bring
I
in
don't
the
know.
conclave.
I see is and then
psychiatric
sort of
specialist to then
donkey.
define it. And
I don't know what you're
course,
saying. Sort of schizo.
Stupid for things
word
coming
that
forward. Now,
way.
I want to say that you're right that this is a pretty straightforward, easy case under Article 1, Section 8, and everyone kind of agreed on the analytic structure. It was at the level of doctrine not that big a deal, and people expected it, but it plays as this big defeat for him, and instead of trying to slough it off or co-opt them, he now makes it seem as if the Supreme Court in toto, this hyper-conservative Supreme Court, are enemies of the people. That just can't be good for the Trump totalitarian agenda that is going to be going through the Supreme Court. Even if, I want to say, the decision today is no indication that when the chips are down, they won't rule for him, but there's no doubt that he played it as stupidly as he could, and that is going to be quite a tableau at the State of the Union, which leads me to one more point. Justices and judges are human. They're not allowed to defend themselves for the most part in public. Do you remember when I believe it was Obama made a statement about the Supreme Court, much, 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 much milder than anything Trump said, and Alito scowled and shook his head, knowing he shouldn't. They are thin-skinned. You can't help but be, because they can't defend themselves in the public arena, and they've been vilified by Trump to the whole country. It's not as if it's just a little slight that they'll forget.
These people crazy.
Harry Littman runs the Talking Feds YouTube channel, the Talking Feds podcast, and the Talking Feds Substack. After you watch,
let me go and get this out the way so we can get to some of these survivors. Is that the one? Hold on. Wait a minute. Is this
okay? We now have.
Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, I got one thing in my ear. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It was meant to. Let's hold on. Oh, wow. I'm listening to some of these people, victims and their families in one ear. Hold on. Is this it? Fox panics. Here it is. Let's listen to this mix.
They showed this image. Now, it's hard to see, but what you can make out there. A man has been shot and killed after trying to enter the secure perimeter of President Trump's Mar-A-Lago residence. Secret Service have been updating the media on what we know so far, and they showed this image. Now, it's hard to see, but what you can make out there is a shotgun, they said, and a man in his 20s, a white man in his 20s, tried to enter Mar-A-Lago. He was carrying a shotgun and a gas
Y'all, they
canister.
showing a picture,
Well,
and I promise, hold on, you can't see nothing. See, this is why I don't believe this crap. Oh, right there with the orange head on. Is that an orange head, or is that supposed to be the gas can? Let me go ahead.
Is a shotgun, they said, and a man in his 20s, a white man in his 20s, tried to enter Mar-A-Lago. He was carrying a shotgun and a gas canister. Well, the Palm Beach County Sheriff said that they ordered the man to drop both the shotgun and the canister, but he dropped the can and raised the shotgun to a firing position. Let's have a listen.
At 1:30 this morning, the security detail detected that a individual had made his way into the inner perimeter of Mar-a-Lago. A deputy and 2 Secret Service agents on the detail went to that area to investigate. They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun. He was ordered to drop those 2 pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene. I'll give you a picture of the shotgun and the gas can to have with you. So that's what we know now. Investigation continues. The FBI is the lead investigation agency on this case, and we will be assisting them in whatever manner they would like, and they will be responsible for answering any other questions at an appropriate time.
Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? At iPostal1?
That's Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw. They're updating the media on what they can share about that ongoing investigation. Well, let's go live to Washington, D.C. and speak to our correspondent there, Simi Jola Osho. So, Simi, just tell us what more we've heard from the FBI about what's unfolded.
Well, what we know so far is what we heard from Sheriff Bradshaw during that press conference. We know this man was a white man in his 20s. We know he unlawfully entered the secure perimeter at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. It happened around 1:30 local time, which is around 6:30 GMT. We know he had a shotgun and a fuel can. We know agents confronted the man and fired shots. They haven't released any details.
It's a crisis after whoever it is.
No officers were injured. We know the president wasn't in Florida at the time. Usually he's there over the weekend, but this time around he's still in Washington. And this has been shocking, but this isn't the first targeted assassination attempt on the president. Not long ago, a man called Ryan Ruth, who was 59, he was sentenced to life in prison for an attempted assassination on the president, also at a Florida golf course, but Secret Service agents caught him on time. They saw him lurking in the bushes. That happened around 2 months after another assassination attempt on the president by Matthew Crooks. You might remember when he fired a few shots at the president at a rally, one of those shots grazing the president's ear, and that proved to be a turning point in the president's presidential campaign. But we don't have more details so far. We just know that the man was shot and killed by agents. And what we can expect is that security at the President's Mar-A-Lago resort will probably be increased after this attempt. We're not sure if the President will be going to Mar-A-Lago this weekend or remaining in Washington. So we're just going to wait and hear if we hear more details and a response from the President and his administration to this attempt.
Okay, Simi Jolo-Osho, thank you very much for telling us what we know so far on that developing story. Well, let's go now to Daniel Lippman, the Politico newspaper's website, I should say now, White House reporter. Daniel, you've been to Mar-A-Lago on a number of occasions, I'm sure. I've been down there before as well. It's pretty fortified and it's by a busy road, so it does raise questions about how someone could have got close to the perimeter in the first place.
Yeah, especially when President Trump is not there, they decrease the security considerably. And so what we heard from that news conference is that the man who was shot, he entered as an exiting vehicle, was leaving the property. And so they're going to really have to take a full 360-degree view of how to make sure this doesn't happen again, especially when there are protectees at Mar-A-Lago.
Indeed. Was there anything you wanted to reflect on what we've heard so far from the police? I mean, of course, Daniel, it is an active police investigation. We don't know much more about the suspect's identity. But of course, as soon as the alarm was raised, local police also were on the scene as well.
Yeah, so his family apparently reported him missing a few days ago. He's from North Carolina, but we don't know any motive. We don't know if he was a critic of Trump, or was he just someone who is mentally ill and looking for a kind of a target of opportunity. But it does come as political violence has increased in the U.S. A fair amount in recent years. We saw, starting what happened with Steve Scalise, who is a top House Republican who was grievously shot at that baseball field more than a decade ago. We saw Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, was attacked at their San Francisco mansion. We saw those two Trump assassination attempts. We saw those Minnesota Democratic politicians who were killed. And so it does seem like the country is in the throes of almost like 1960s again in terms of political assassinations.
Yeah, indeed, Daniel. I remember covering the Steve Scalise assassination attempt, and questions were asked about the security even on something like that because it was a baseball game. But this is a residence where the President of the United States often visits at weekends. So, I mean, the questions around this, especially given that the President survived 2 assassination attempts in the last couple of years, will be really serious ones on the Secret Service again, for example.
Yeah, they have been very stretched thin by the amount of threats that they have to deal with, the number of Trump family members that they are protecting. And so it's sometimes hard to recruit for such a difficult job. And especially one that's become even more dangerous in some respects. And so I'm sure there's going to be congressional hearings about this. And thank goodness Donald Trump was not there. But it also raises the question of who wants to even enter American political office these days when you it's not just negative TV ads anymore. It's people's families getting targeted. Their ability to go about their daily lives, even play baseball, that's in question now. And so there's been a reason that we've seen a lot of congressional members travel with security much more. They've increased the budget for the U.S. Capitol Police by tens of millions of dollars as well.
You should switch to 1-800-CONTACTS because it's super easy,
so cheap. I save shipping costs.
And Daniel, we talked about those 2 assassination attempts on President Trump, the one at the golf course in Florida, and of course the one that we all saw play out on camera in Butler, Pennsylvania. And after those incidents, there were many questions asked in Congress about the Secret Service. What lessons were learned from those hearings, and how can they be used now as questions are asked once again?
Yeah, so I think what they've tried to do is it's almost reminiscent of what happened with not stopping 9/11 in terms of communication between different government agencies, where who was on the making sure that Secret Service are on the right radio frequency as the local police, because sometimes things are caught
Happy birthday
early
to
by
you.
local police, but then not
Happy birthday.
communicated to Secret Service. And so it's a lot of basic security work that, in terms of Butler, Pennsylvania, this was a barn that was right next door. And so it didn't have to take a genius level security expert to figure out, hey, you have to secure that. You have to make sure that people are on that rooftop. And so they have increased the security, but a lot of these people are going to working double shifts. They are around the clock. It's a brutal job, and we've seen even Department of Homeland Security, part of it is shut down. And so there is Secret Service agents, there's questions about their paychecks right now until the government reopens. And so that is also tough for those agents.
Indeed, Daniel. Just one more thought. Of course, we haven't heard from President Trump yet. It's likely we will, I'm sure, in the course of the coming hours. What do you think is likely to be calculations from him? I mean, we heard, after the first two attempts on his life, this is slightly different, of course, but there's going to be a lot of frustration around the Secret Service, I'm sure, from the president, given what he said in the past.
Yeah, he's very thankful to the Secret Service, but he's probably going to thank them again for stopping this threat. But I think it'll be also interesting to see what type of tone he takes once this person's identity is revealed. If this person has said anything anti-Trump, he's going to call them a radical left-wing lunatic. And so that's something that we should expect from him. Because that's just kind of how he operates in terms of especially threats to himself. He personalizes everything, and not surprisingly in this case too, but we shall see if this person has writings online, and I'm sure there'll be lots of media profiles of who this shooter was.
Yeah, and just to recap what you said earlier, really, there's been an uptick in political violence targeting both Republicans and Democrats in recent years, hasn't there?
There has, and I think that a lot of it has to do with social media. I think a lot of Americans are very frustrated with their government, and so
Absolutely.
people who are mentally ill, they don't have a good outlet for dealing with those anger issues. And Trump has talked about political violence, but mostly about violence that affects Republicans. He doesn't acknowledge that it also affects many Democrats as well.
Okay, Daniel Lippman, thank you very much for taking us through what we do know on a story which, of course, is still unraveling. That's Daniel Lippman from Politico.
Okay, but then Mexico most wanted. They done got, so I bet you the U.S., the government, gonna collect somehow on this reward for this cartel guy getting caught up.
Good morning. It is 9:30 a.m. on the East Coast, and we're coming on the air with
Now this still that Mar-A-Lago stuff.
Mar-A-Lago.
We don't believe it. Y'all, does anybody believe that it was real? I just want to know. I don't. Double standard. Do anybody believe it? Anybody believe that mess? What is he talking about?
Okay, we now have some breaking news, and this is very
And this
significant.
may be
For those
old
looking at
too. I
what's
don't
the next
understand
huge
what
step,
these
you're
people
wondering about
doing.
Jack Smith. Well, Jack Smith with a big development. The special counsel is in active talks with the Justice Department about how to end his federal prosecutions of President Trump. Now, this is according to a justice official familiar with the discussions. Discussions expected to last several days. But the person breaking this news, of course, is our excellent Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent, Paula Reed. Also with me, our Senior Legal Analyst, Ellie Honig. But Paula,
I don't know.
Look, this has been the huge question hanging all of this over the whole election and now in the aftermath. What are you learning?
So we knew there were a few options. If former president, who now is, of course, the president-elect, returned to the White House, there were a few ways that his federal cases could be resolved. One is he said that he would try to fire Jack Smith. Unclear if he could do that because Smith is not a presidential appointee, but it was expected that his Justice Department would drop these cases. It was clear once he was reelected, he was never going to face trial.
Hello and welcome, guys. Adam is here.
Oh, yeah.
There's a phrase in the American legal system that carries more weight than almost any other combination of words in the English language. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It is the highest standard of...
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on, Steve Bannon.
So every day, there is just this tidal wave of Epstein-related stories, different things that have been revealed from the latest DOJ document dump. And it's hard to pick and choose what we get to talk about.
You ain't never
because we have
lied.
limited time. However, here to talk to me about some of those revelations is one of my favorite comedians, Tim Dillon, host of the Tim Dillon Show. How are you, Tim?
Anna, thank you. You know, I believe everyone is innocent. And you know, if you read these files,
Yeah, I just don't.
with a clear head, your only takeaway is that everyone is innocent and nothing happened.
Totally. I mean, that's what
Yeah,
Bob
no, I
Sargon
just
said.
don't.
Same with Ben Shapiro. So we should just take their word for it. Like, what's all the hubbub? Why are people
Yeah,
talking
no,
about this?
y'all, listen.
But no.
That's not. I'm not feeling that. I can go back over to that. I'm trying to get to. Hold on.
Turns out the government tracks a lot of data. Just the facts from USA Facts, hosted by Steve Ballmer.
Down documents before we were.
Here's what my clinical experience revealed about truly supporting gut health. Most people, including those who feel perfectly healthy, have...
One day, I get a phone call from the president since September, and he is so mad at me. And he's yelling at me, and he's angry at me, and the fact that he's like, you're supporting Rand Paul
Another
Jr.,
distraction. Thank
he's
you.
chewing me out for signing my name on Thomas Massey's discharge petition to release the Epstein files. And I'm trying to tell him, Mr. President, they say you did nothing wrong.
Oh my
This
God,
needs
I
to come
can't.
out.
Oh.
And so we're having this argument, and he tells me on this phone call, he's like, Marjorie, my friends will get hurt.
My friends will
Donald
get hurt.
Trump told us that even though, you know, he had dinner with these kinds of people
My
in New
friends
York
will
City
get
and
hurt.
West Palm Beach, that he would be transparent, but he's not. He's still in with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
Absolutely.
Congressman Thomas Massey continued to go hard against the Trump administration over the weekend in this whole Epstein debacle. Before I give you more, Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, I want to talk about why they're doing this right now, as opposed to them saying, oh, we're going to release the second set of files earlier. They changed their mind. Why did they change their mind? I think we have an excellent answer for that. We also are going to show you conservatives who are no longer being silent when Trump does whatever Israel wants. Not just Massey, but others as well. Anna, give us those facts.
Well, when it comes to Massey, he was specifically responding to a question about President Donald Trump's pretty vicious campaign against him over the fact that Massey has been one of the more vociferous members of Congress in pressuring the Trump administration to release the Epstein files.
Can you put that on a super chat, a super sticker for me, Alicia? I'm sorry. I'll be more than happy to answer it, but it needs to go on a super chat, a super sticker, and then I can answer it. Is that okay? I would appreciate. Yeah, cause see, it's stopping my show, so I need for it to be on a super chat, a super sticker, so that I know that I'm being supported. Cause my likes is still low.
Thomas Massey got remarried? Like, does Trump not remember the fact that he cheated on his wives, cheated on Melania while she was pregnant with an adult film actress?
Oh, that's that reptilian.
What are we talking about here? But anyway, Massey has definitely drawn the ire of Trump because he wants transparency for the American people when it comes to a pedophile ring that was able to operate with impunity for the most part. Meanwhile, Trump's Department of Justice has announced that they will not release any more.
It's more than one of him. He's cloned. Okay, so, one clone has green eyes, one have blue, one have orange, one, you know.
Heavily redacted, or why the Trump administration
sometimes the eyes look like slits. I don't know.
Trump's Department of Justice cited work product
But it's more than one of
privilege,
him.
which means that opposing counsel can't look at each other's legal materials. Sounds like a bunch of BS to me. Attorney-client privilege, which shields an attorney and client communications from discovery, and also deliberate product privilege, which allows the government to withhold information about how its executive agencies reach decisions. So they're throwing everything they can at the wall. Now let's watch Massey explain why he thinks all of these excuses from the Trump administration happen to be bogus.
They're citing deliberative process privilege in order not to release some of the documents. The problem with that is the bill that Ro Khanna and I wrote says that they must release internal memos and notes and emails about their decisions on whether to prosecute or not prosecute, whether to investigate or not investigate. It's important they follow that, because then we could find why they didn't prosecute Leslie Wexner. What was the decision tree there? And also why in 2008 they gave Jeffrey Epstein such a light sentence. And finally, I know the DOJ wants to say they're done with this document production. The problem is they've taken down documents before we were able to go over to the DOJ and look at the unredacted versions. They took down some of the most significant documents, two of them involving Virginia Giuffre's case and other things. The picture of Epstein in a room where it's got CIA written on the boxes, that's been taken down. We want to be able to look at all these files. They can't keep those documents down after they've already produced them.
Now, Massey and anyone who wants transparency in regard to the Epstein files happen to be very upset because, you know, we were led to believe that we at least received half of the millions of files that the DOJ has on Epstein. But it turns out that an investigation that was carried out by Channel 4 indicates the opposite has happened. We haven't even gotten half of the files or documents that are available in regard to Epstein. So let's take a quick look at how, Channel 4 in the UK conducted an investigation and what they found in regard to the percentage of files that have been released to the American public.
From the earliest stages, investigators were talking about Epstein's data totaling many, many times what has so far been released.
This is crazy.
In June 2020, one wrote, "We expect the data to be somewhere around 20 to 40 terabytes," noting that the total capacity of the devices was up to 50 terabytes. Then as recently as last year, long after the investigations into Epstein and his associates had ended, the figures quoted remained massive. We're looking at a total of approximately 14.6 terabytes of archived data, said another email. To put that in context, it is almost 15,000 gigabytes. But now, a year on from that, the total data released, claimed to be some 300 gigabytes, accounts for just 2% of the total Epstein data that officials were discussing just last year.
Thus, the cover-up by the Trump administration continues, and in regard to the DOJ's excuses for not releasing the remainder of the files, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, another Republican, not buying what the DOJ is selling. Here's what she wrote on X. "I want to be abundantly clear that the DOJ memo released tonight, citing work product privilege, will not save the DOJ from releasing all the Epstein files. I'm not an attorney, and even I know this won't hold up in a court of law. Regarding deliberative process privilege, it would not cover factual information which is missing from the files. If they can give the names, then they can give them in unredacted files. The list is an admission that they can remove those redactions. And where are all the videos? If he had as many cameras as has been reported, there would be far more than 2,000 videos. Trust me on this, I know, because I've worked with an extensive number of victims in voyeurism cases. And she says, to be honest, it's hard to find a legitimate reason not to expose every word in the Epstein files except for and unless you are prosecuting someone. That isn't happening. DOJ will lose in court if it comes to that." Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene had her own views on this as well. Before we get to that, Cenk, I want to give you an opportunity to comment.
Yeah, so there's two
Y'all
things
get
that are
the likes
inescapable in
up.
this case. As Nancy Mace said, there are no videos, so we know that there were video cameras in all the rooms.
Yeah, y'all need to stop making excuses for this man. Figure out a way to go over there and lock his ass up. I know it's his administration. I know. Hell, get her too. I don't care what y'all do. What is this one? No. This don't make no sense to me. It's so unprecedented. So the whole world gonna suffer? Cause they need to go ahead and start the impeachment process.
Been cloning human up for about 1.5. Usually things that are sinister, you don't communicate via email.
I'm waiting for y'all to get the likes up, please. Double tap the face of your screen. Get the likes up. It's 2 hours in. This don't make no sense. Baby. I'm trying not to go so Hold on. Not that. Not that. Not that. Where was I just at? Hold on. Back here.
He's communicating with a class of people who think that they are above the law. They're vicious, psychopathic people. The email claims that those people died because of rough sex. Based on what you've seen, it is possible
Because
that
of rough
right now buried
sex.
at the Zorro Ranch. I don't think it's beyond the pale.
Take
that
your
Epstein and
hand
Maxwell
off my
would kill
neck,
someone,
baby.
and if someone died, they definitely. Usually things that are sinister, you don't communicate via email. He's communicating with a class of people who think that they are above the law. They're vicious, psychopathic people. The email claims that those people died because of rough sex. Based on what you've seen, it is possible that there's bodies right now buried at the Zorro Ranch. I don't think it's beyond the pale that Epstein and Maxwell would kill someone, and if someone died,
and Maxwell.
From my research, you can clone a human up for about $1.5 million. Believe that a
Who asked me about what color is old boy eyes? You can hear him. He said you can clone a human out for 1 point what? So there is rumors that he has about 7 clones. So he may have 7 eye colors. I don't know.
That Epstein and Maxwell would kill someone, and if someone died, they definitely have to bury it. From my research, you can clone a human up for about $1.5 million. Believe that a
1.5 mil.
like Jeffrey Epstein, he felt that he was a superior human being. So it only made sense that he would start cloning himself.
You hear that?
We've spoken about Epstein a few months ago. You've been on the show a couple of times. And that was before the 6 million files that just came out. And the redactions that have been unredacted as well in the last few days. You've been covering this for so many years, Nick. What do you make of the latest drop? I think it's kind of amazing in the respect that the information that we're getting, it cuts both ways. We're getting some pretty amazing information that I know about and other people know about, but the populace as a whole doesn't know about it. And I think that it's causing I've been on some podcasts since the tranche of documents was released, and a lot of people are experiencing cognitive dissonance because some of the crimes that are talked about are just so horrific that Epstein has been heavily sanitized by the media and by the government. But the crimes that are alluded to in those emails are very horrific, or some of them anyway.
Let's go through some of these files. I'm going to open one here for the production team. It's under the torture section. And there's a few emails that reference torture. I'll go through 4 of them, and I want to get your thoughts on them. So the first one here is between someone messaging Jeffrey, and he says, oh, that's the Sultan, that's the UAE Sultan that was unredacted later on. And the Sultan Jeffrey emailed the Sultan saying, where are you? Are you okay? I love your torture video. And then the Sultan replies, I am in China, I'll be in the US second week of May. So that's one.
This
Number 2,
day
we've
and
got
time,
another
you
one,
probably
and that
trigger.
was Harvard professor Martin Nowak with Epstein. And it's an email where Martin says, our spy was captured after completing her mission. And then Epstein replies, did you torture her? That's the second one. And then you got a third one here. So Epstein was talking with an Italian hedge fund partner, Tancredi Manciotto. So Epstein says, what would you like me to do with your friend? And then the Epstein then emails, do you want me to try to do her or just torture her? Now that could be different context.
Wow.
And it could be something more sexual. But these are 3 emails, some of them more sinister than others, that talk about torture. And I want to point out, I understand there's millions of emails that were released, but also the context of these emails. Did you enjoy the torture video? You don't have billionaires sending torture videos to each other. And the one with Nowak about, was our spy captured after completing her mission? Did you torture her? What do you make of these considering the context, but also considering, Brian, that these are emails, and usually things that are sinister, you don't communicate via email. If I'm doing something that's illegal, I would never email another person about it. I'll mention it in a call or in a disappearing message on WhatsApp. Or if it was an email, I'll dispose of it relatively quickly. What do you make of these emails referencing torture?
Well, it just so happens that I sent an email to Martin Nowak at Harvard. And I said, hi, Martin, my name is Nick Bryant, and I'm a New York City-based journalist. You wrote to Jeffrey Epstein, quote, our spy was captured after completing her mission, unquote. And Jeffrey Epstein replied, did you torture her? And I said, for my personal edification, and hopefully for the edification of law enforcement.
Thank you, FBA.
Talking about torture.
Push, boy.
Minor, best Nick Bryant. With these type of emails, you've got to keep in mind that Jeffrey Epstein was above the law.
No, he ain't.
And
well, I guess he is.
With a class of people who think that they are
because
above the law.
couldn't nobody else we know get away with this shit.
There are times when in those emails where Jeffrey Epstein says, well, we've got to save this for the telephone. But I think that, and a lot of the emails are coated with pizza and muffins and steaks and shrimp. But I think sometimes he just lets his guard down. We don't know for sure. I should say that. We don't know for sure. I mean, these are incriminating emails. But the government of the United States is ultimately going to have to have an investigation into these emails and determine who is a perpetrator and who's not. But those torture emails are somewhat ominous.
There's another email here I'm going to bring up. It's regarding the Zorro Ranch. And there's been a lot of talks about that ranch. There's an investigation by the state as well, finally, into the property that has a new owner right now. Because there's a lot of theories on what went on there. And we know women were trafficked there. Some people talking about potentially bodies buried. I'm going to read out an email here from Eddie Aragon. I'm sure you've seen it, Nick, but I'd love to get your thoughts on it. I'll read it out for the audience as well, and I've mentioned it in previous shows. But it's just, it's one of the more extreme ones. I read it, I'm like, no way, this is true, and I have to verify that it's actually true. So this is an email in 2019. So Edward emails Epstein's representative. No, sorry, someone, we don't know who. Someone that's, the name is hidden, emails Edward, who works with Epstein. Edward, this is sensitive, so it will be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it. but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all, as a former staff at Zorro. The material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro Ranch, Epstein's property in New Mexico, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G, which is likely Ghislaine Maxwell.
Did you bury
Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. And then there's 7 attachments. Likely evidence, when you're trying to extort someone, this looks like an extortion email. You'd want to offer evidence to say, look, I actually have that material and this is proof. And the attachments include 1 video, 14-minute video that says sex video with a minor. Another one says threesomes, a 27-minute video. And a 13-minute video that says threesomes. A 19-minute video that says underage girl sex video. A 7.5-minute video that says underage girl Matthew Mellon video, which is a now dead billionaire, American billionaire. Number 6, underage girl rape fantasy video. And number 7, a 15-minute video, and that's a 23-minute video. It says rape fantasy with an underage girl. And number 7 is a 15-minute video that says girl from Bay Area, suicide attempt, confession to Madam Ghislaine Maxwell. Please arrange 1 Bitcoin by 6 p.m., which is about $9,000 at the time. Today, Thursday, September 2019, to the BTC wallet address that's special redacted.
A part of the same
And then, I
organization.
read that part. The
And
USB will be
guess
sent
who?
anonymously to your attention
Remember
by
who
overnight courier
created
upon
the
receipt of the
Bitcoin?
funds. You have my assurance this is exclusive, never shared before, no attorneys, no samples, no questions, please confirm ASAP. So this is an extortion email, but it has very serious allegations and apparently 7 pieces of evidence to prove that this person has that material. There's also reports, there was a report that was someone contacted Fox News that apparently stole, I think it was a maid at Epstein's home that stole USBs that had sex, underage sex in that footage, and that Fox News I think refused to see the footage because it has underage sex. What do you make of that email? Could we see such, like these are pretty extraordinary claims? Could that be true?
I think I've been researching child trafficking and human trafficking for 23 years. And there's one common denominator that traffickers have, whether they've got a mansion on the Upper East Side or they're living in a trailer court in the Midwest. They're vicious, psychopathic people. Jeffrey Epstein did not have a conscience. And I don't think Ghislaine Maxwell has a conscience either. So we approach things like underage sex would be just anathema to us, or killing someone would be anathema to us. But these people are functioning on a much different level psychologically. They're functioning without a conscience. And also they're functioning with the knowledge that whatever they do, they will get away with it, which are variables that can lead to indescribable evil. And we've seen pictures or JPEGs of 9-year-olds, a 10-year-old, and an 11-year-old. So at this point, we definitely know that these girls were under 11 years old. And Virginia Giuffre had an affidavit that she said that the girls were as young as 12. And I've known for a number of years that these girls were, some of them were younger than 10. So with that, I don't have any problems believing. With Epstein and Maxwell killing someone, I mean, I don't think that that's beyond the pale.
So the claim here is that they did not kill someone. So according to the email, these people died because of rough sex. Now, I spoke to one of Epstein's victims. She said, based on her experience, there was a lot of rough sex, especially when Ghislaine is involved. She had a lot of sex toys that are on the rough fetish side. So she did not find that surprising. But the email claims that those people died because of rough sex, but they were not intentionally killed by Epstein or Ghislaine. But after they died during sex, during strangulation or whatever, they were buried afterwards. So it might have been an accident, according to the email, the allegations.
That's entirely possible, but if you strangle someone and they're dead, you could certainly surmise that you killed them.
Oh, they've definitely been killed. So I'm saying we don't know if actually Ghislaine and Epstein killed them.
That's true.
The email claims that they buried them, but maybe it's a client of theirs, or maybe it's them. We don't know. So just saying what these allegations, and you're saying based on what you've seen, it is possible this is true. It is possible that there's bodies right now buried at the Zorro Ranch.
I see. The thing about this is, I try to approach everything agnostically, and then when enough information comes in, I make what I think is a decision. But we already know that Epstein and Maxwell, as I said before, are psychopaths. So
Epstein, okay.
The thing is, this information that we see, those videos, those are very incriminating videos. But would they go so far as to kill someone? And I don't know if that particular...
If they are trying to get the blood...
blackmail letter...
Oh my God, these people are crazy.
But I don't think it's beyond the pale that Epstein and Maxwell would kill someone.
They are serial killers.
And if someone died, they definitely have to pay, for sure.
I want to open another email here, and it's about, this is the first one, and this is about buying a baby. So this is an email from a redacted person, likely a victim, a detailed email where she's upset a few things about Epstein not fulfilling certain promises. And then near the end of the email, she says the following: "You made many unusual offers. You offered to buy a baby 6 months into our relationship, and 6 years later you offered to support my next boyfriend. Do you remember that?
Your next boyfriend?
It's probably not in my emails either, and I understand nobody would believe it." So first she says it's probably not in my emails either. So it shows that Epstein, and you see that throughout the files, Epstein tries to avoid whenever someone sends something that could be incriminating. Epstein either never replies or replies with very limited, very short reply, because he tries to keep things outside of email. But the part where it says, "You offered to buy my baby," and when Epstein replied to that message, he ignored that particular point. He responded to the other points, complaining about things, about money, etc. But is there any other indications, or is there a possibility that Epstein was buying babies, and why would
Yes.
There is another email.
Yeah, Beyonce is in the Epstein file selling embryos.
The ranch in New Mexico. So that is the second one. And actually, Virginia Giuffre, one of the things that really disillusioned her with Maxwell and Epstein is they wanted her to carry a baby.
Oh, I had another, by the way, there's another victim I interviewed. The interview's going out, probably went out just a few minutes ago, half an hour ago. And it was an interview with, I think her last name is O. Her first name is, there it is, Rena O. I interviewed her, you probably know her since you've been doing this for so long. And Rena said, and she said she's never disclosed it before, she told me on my interview, that Epstein did ask her to have his baby as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he apparently asked many other women to have his baby. So I just wanted to kind of give you that context. She was going to disclose it in her book that's coming out, and she mentioned it in the interview 2 days ago. So Giuffre is not.
They sick. He was trying to keep his DNA.
And then there's also another document about that too. Epstein, I believe, I used to do science reporting, and in 1995, Dolly the sheep was cloned. It's very easy to clone anything you want to clone. You need an ovum, you take the DNA out of the ovum, you insert the DNA that you want into the ovum, and then you give it an electric charge, and that starts the mitosis process of the cell split. And even before I got into all this crazy stuff in 2002, 2003, in 1995, after Dolly the sheep was cloned, I thought to myself, there's got to be megalomaniac billionaires that are cloning themselves. And people in New York City, that's where I live, are actually cloning their French bulldogs because they want another run with their bulldog. And from my research, you can clone a human up for about $1.5 million. So I believe that a megalomaniac like Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, he thought he wanted to seed the world with he felt that he was a superior human being above all other human beings or most other human beings. So it only makes sense that he would do that he would start cloning himself. I don't really have any problem believing that.
Holy shit. I'm looking at emails now, and but essentially he's talking about he's talking with Prince Andrew about human cloning, and Katie Couric was there as well. There's another file here as well in 2008. He was already starting to get obsessed with eugenics and genome obsession. So it goes back many, many years, and then there's talks about a baby factory plan at the Zorro Ranch. Because you mentioned it briefly now, what is that about?
Well, Julia Bryant, have you interviewed her before?
I might have done it a few months ago. She was on the panel with us, no? Was she on our panel?
No, she wasn't on the panel, no.
When we did a panel a few months ago, she wasn't there?
So, yeah, no, she was there.
Okay, then I have not interviewed her.
She has said that she was at the Zorro Ranch.
Victim. I interviewed her last week. The victim, Julia Bryant.
Yeah.
Yes. I did interview her last week.
So, she said that she was at Zorro Ranch and that she went unconscious, and then she came to. She was in like a gynecological stirrups, and there was a female doctor that was harvesting her ovaries. That's what she believes. And
what you mean?
That is now a story like that is.
Oh my God, I'm so sick of hearing her voice, and to know that she is out, it's just really getting up under my skin. Finally, somebody's talking about her being, well, they're not talking. They're putting it out there.
Young. Make it a habit.
Approaches her, calls out Ghislaine.
Thank you, Joe Rogan. Hold on, I'm coming. Are y'all not gonna hit the like button? Quebec. He surfaced, he got arrested, she got out.
Video allegedly showing someone who looks like Ghislaine Maxwell has exploded across social media. The clip, purportedly shot in Quebec, Canada, shows a woman in a blue jacket walking down a street. A man filming approaches her, calls out Ghislaine, and asks if he knows her. She responds with, "No, sorry." But then, the moment that fuels the fire, he says he used to order pizza off her. The caption on the video reads, "She used to hook me up with pizza." Now that word, pizza, has reignited
that's what he was
online
saying.
theories. Because in recent weeks, the Justice Department released what's being described as the final tranche of documents related
that's
to the
what he
Epstein
was
files.
saying.
And once again, references to pizza in those files have triggered renewed chat loaded across social media. The clip, purportedly shot in Quebec, Canada, shows a woman in a blue jacket walking down a street. A man filming approaches her, calls out Ghislaine, and asks if he knows her. She responds with, "No, sorry." But then, the moment that fuels the fire, he says he used to order pizza off her. The caption on the video reads, "She used to hook me up with pizza." Now that word, pizza, has reignited old online theories, because in recent weeks, the Justice Department released what's being described as the final tranche of documents related to the Epstein files. And once again, references to pizza in those files have triggered renewed chatter around the so-called Pizzagate conspiracy theory. According to long-running online conspiracy claims, the word pizza was allegedly used as coded language, with some extreme versions of the theory suggesting it referred to illegal activity. Some conspiracy theorists have speculated that pizza referred to underage girls or minors. Those allegations have never been substantiated with credible evidence. Still, the timing of this video has added to the frenzy. The clip began circulating widely just as renewed scrutiny hit Prince Andrew over his past links to Jeffrey Epstein. Online reactions were swift. Some users claimed the woman in Quebec looked more like Maxwell than whoever is in prison. Others went further, suggesting she had secretly been released. Another viral post speculated that Maxwell's brother, Philip Maxwell, could also be seen in the footage. But here's where things stand.
Oh, hold on. Oh, we never saw Peter.
Despite the speculation, there is no verified evidence that looks like Ghislaine Maxwell has exploded across social media. The clip, purportedly shot in Quebec, Canada, shows a woman in a blue jacket walking down a street. A man filming approaches her, calls out Ghislaine, and asks if he knows her. She responds with, "No, sorry." But then, the moment that fuels the fire, he says he used to order pizza off her. The caption on the video reads, "She used to hook me up with pizza." Now that word, pizza, has reignited old online theories, because in recent weeks, the Justice Department released what's being described as the final tranche of documents related to the Epstein files. And once again, references to pizza in those files have triggered renewed chatter around the so-called Pizzagate conspiracy theory. According to long-running online conspiracy claims, the word pizza was allegedly used as coded language, with some extreme versions of the theory suggesting it referred to illegal activity. Some conspiracy theorists have speculated that pizza referred to underage girls or minors. Those allegations have never been substantiated with credible evidence. Still, the timing of this video has added to the frenzy. The clip began circulating widely just as renewed scrutiny hit Prince Andrew over his past links to Jeffrey Epstein. Online reactions were swift. Some users claimed the woman in Quebec looked more like Maxwell than whoever is in prison. Others went further, suggesting she had secretly been released. Another viral post speculated that Maxwell's brother, Philip Maxwell, could also be seen in the footage. But here's where things stand. Despite the speculation, there is no verified evidence that the woman in the video is Ghislaine Maxwell. As of February 2026 records, Maxwell remains incarcerated at federal prison camp Bryan in Texas. Some online users suggested the clip could be AI generated. However, preliminary frame analysis shared by users, including fact-check commentary circulating on X, noted that the footage does not display obvious AI artifacts like visual glitches or inconsistent lighting. In other words, the video itself appears real, but that does not mean the person in it is Maxwell. The more plausible explanation? A doppelganger. Lookalikes are not uncommon, especially when a face has been plastered across global headlines for years. It's also worth noting that Maxwell being secretly out of prison have surfaced before. When court clips circulating her invoking the Fifth Amendment, some online users claimed she looked different, fueling unproven theories that someone else was standing in for her. None of those claims were backed by evidence, and this time appears no different. The viral Quebec video has certainly stirred conversation, especially amid renewed attention on Epstein-related files and Prince Andrew's ongoing controversy. But as of now,
all official records indicate that Ghislaine Maxwell remains behind bars. No verified release, no confirmed sighting in Canada. Just another viral moment, amplified by timing, conspiracy culture, and social media momentum. And until credible evidence suggests otherwise, that's where the story stands.
Mm-hmm.
Are listed as anonymous. So you find out like people. Yeah, how do you put someone in jail and you don't even name the clients? That sounds kind of insane.
And you don't
There was
even claim the
a lot
clients.
of people that met.
You said looks like blue contacts. Who? Her? Y'all, I need for y'all to hit the like button. It seems like I'm on delay.
With him and did business with him and traveled with him after he was arrested. Yeah, how do you put someone in jail and you don't even name the clients? That sounds kind of insane. There was a lot of people that met with him and did business with him and traveled with him after he was arrested.
Names, last name, area code, okay. Who created this book?
We're so grateful to be joined by Jeffrey Epstein survivor Annie Farmer. Annie, thank you so much for taking the time to come back on the show.
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question.
It sounds like her, but that ain't her.
Related questions.
Epstein tried to invite Joe Rogan to his island, and Joe Rogan declined. Long before any files were released, billionaires, government officials, tech CEOs, and celebrities surrounded Jeffrey Epstein. But the one person who always knew something was wrong was Joe Rogan. From details of what was in Epstein's secret black book to exactly what went on inside his Lolita Express private plane, Joe Rogan is now talking about everything that the FBI failed to redact in the Epstein files.
People have an understanding of how things are really working than ever before.
Yeah.
Like this Epstein file thing, right? That was a big eye-opener for a lot of people. When you see how many people after 2008, after he was arrested, after he went to jail, were actively taking money from him. MIT took money from him and tried to hide it and said to make sure that any donations from Jeffrey are listed as anonymous. So you find out like people are like, they referred to him as Voldemort, like you couldn't say his name.
Wow.
There was a lot of people that met with him and did business with him and traveled with him after he was arrested, after he went to jail.
Do you spend a lot of time reading them?
No, I try not to. I try to have experts come on. I try to read. You can't change it.
Yeah.
And it'll with your head.
Yeah, it's like toxic.
You will really get.
It'll stick with and I know I've tried not to.
Yeah.
In a recent episode of his show, Joe Rogan revealed that back in 2017, one of his guests, Lawrence Krauss, a theoretical physicist, tried to invite him to meet Jeffrey Epstein. This is also present in the recent file release. One of the emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Krauss. Jeffrey Epstein was trying to get an intro to Rogan. He said he thought Rogan was funny. The email reads, "It is wild," like Damascus. How are things? I saw you did the Joe Rogan show. Can you introduce me? I think he's funny. Krauss reached out, but Rogan wasn't interested. Epstein followed up with, If he wants, Rogan can have dinner with Woody Allen on Friday. Krause later replied, "Sorry about Rogan so far. He seems more timid than I would have thought." At the time, Jeffrey had been convicted
Timid.
on
Call
sexual
him timid.
charges,
Because he
but at the
wasn't
same
down
time, he was still
with that
regularly partying
foolishness.
with some of the most powerful people in the world and going out and emailing with the likes of Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Prince Andrews, and even Jay-Z. Joe knew right away that
Even
something was wrong
Jay-Z.
because Alex
Did he
Jones
say
had
that?
actually predicted this was going to be. Joe knew right away that something was wrong because Alex Jones had actually predicted this was going to happen years ago. Somehow, Alex Jones knew what was happening on Epstein's island and his private plane decades before his conviction and before any of the files were released.
I'm in
How
the
many
files
people?
for not going.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm in the files for not going. 'Cause Jeffrey Epstein was trying to meet with me.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah.
Aren't
I
you
was like,
glad?
Yeah, but I would have never went anyway. It's like, it's not even a possibility that I would have ever went.
But did you-
Especially after I Googled them. I was like, what the are you talking about? This was like 2017. One of my guests was trying to get me to meet.
Wild. Like Damascus. How are things? I saw you did the Joe Rogan show. Can you introduce me? I think he's funny. Krause reached out, but Rogan wasn't interested. Epstein followed up with, if he wants, Rogan can have dinner with Woody Allen on Friday. Krause later replied, "Sorry about Rogan so far. He seems more timid than I would have thought." At the time, Jeffrey had been convicted on sexual charges, but at the same time, he was still regularly partying with some of the most powerful people in the world and going out and emailing with the likes of Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Prince Andrews, and even Jay-Z. Joe knew right away that something was wrong because Alex Jones had actually predicted this was going to happen years ago. Somehow, Alex Jones knew what was happening on Epstein's island and his private plane decades before his conviction and before any of the files were released.
I'm in
How
the
many
files
people?
for not going.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm in the files for not going. 'Cause Jeffrey Epstein was trying to meet with me.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah.
Aren't
I
you
was like,
glad?
Yeah, but I would have never went anyway. It's like, it's not even a possibility that I would ever went.
But did you-
Especially after I Googled them. I was like, what the are you talking about? This was like 2017. One of my guests was trying to get me to meet him. I was like, you high?
That
Like, what the are you talking about?
For what reason would you? What would be?
If I was a guy who was like sucking up to the rich and powerful, if I was really interested in hanging out with rich and powerful people.
You know, it's crazy. That's so crazy. But yeah, some people.
Some people get intoxicated by being in a circle of rich and powerful people, even if they're not, like, they don't even have any ambitions of being one of those people. They
Yeah.
just want to be around them. They want to be around Nobel Prize winners. And because this guy what he was doing was very clever in that he was getting all of these very powerful and very respected people together.
Yeah.
And you would figure like, oh, it's
If that
safe.
guy's there, if that lady's
Clinton's
there.
here. This
yeah.
is fine.
Right.
Clinton's here. How could this be bad?
Yeah.
Look, it's Steven Pinker. How could this be bad?
Yeah.
You know, he's a genius. Like, and so you would go. I would imagine you would go to these because like there's people that went to these. Like he had parties in New York. Like he brought in celebrities and comedians. Didn't Louis Black get invited to one of those? I think he's talked about it. I know Chelsea Handler went to one of them. It's like he would bring all these people in. And he'd like to be around famous people and entertainers and a lot of intellectuals and professors. And Noam Chomsky was famously deeply involved.
The only reason Joe was able to stay safe was because of Alex Jones. Years ago, on his show, Alex Jones had actually told Joe all about Epstein. Joe explained that Alex Jones kept insisting something dark was happening on Epstein's island, claiming it wasn't just a place for rich people to party, but a hub where powerful figures were being compromised. According to Alex, Jeffrey Epstein was collecting blackmail material on rich and powerful people by inviting them onto his island and filming them in compromising positions after drugging them. By 2017, Jeffrey had already been convicted of sexual assault. So the fact that billionaires like Bill Gates were still meeting up with him says a lot.
It seems very dark.
Very
because
dark.
it seems like it was this bizarre blackmail influence thing that was going on for a long
For
time.
so long.
Time.
Through different administrations. That's
Yeah.
what's so unbelievable about it.
It's
How
dark.
long it was going on.
This is where the story takes an even darker turn, because why was Epstein even collecting blackmail material in the first place? And how did he get access to these powerful people? Being close friends with both the Saudi and the British royal family isn't an easy task. And let's not forget that President Bill Clinton was also photographed with Epstein. Having access to these circles shows that Epstein was placed there. The only question is who placed him. Joe Rogan thinks that it's highly likely that Epstein was an asset working for a foreign government. It was his job to collect blackmail material, and they were the ones funding his billionaire lifestyle. His private jets, private islands, and properties all over the world. How did Epstein afford all of this?
Let me just get real and say, if I had gun to your head, what do you think your best assessment of what Epstein, who was Epstein, who was he working for?
Well, I don't know, right? So I'm just guessing.
Yeah, you know.
Everybody wants to say he was working for the Mossad. He very well could have been. He could have been working for the CIA. He could have been a guy who was on his own, but also working with them, right? Like a guy that they used, but they never fully endorsed.
Like an asset?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a guy who could move money around.
Right.
He definitely...
Good at laundering money.
The moving money around stuff was very weird because he had money through no way that anybody could ever explain.
Yeah.
He had an enormous amount of money through no way that nobody could ever explain. Which, you know, if you're state-funded, you're funded by Israel, and Israel's funded by America, and, you know, there's also NGOs and nonprofits, and there's ways to move money around where you can give this guy money.
Yeah.
So he was like... Weinstein, who is an economist, right? Weinstein's a legitimate mathematician.
Eric?
Yeah. So when Eric met him, his first inclination was he was a fraud.
He's a construct.
When who met him?
Construct. And did he tell you the whole story about the could ever explain?
Yeah.
He had an enormous amount of money through no way that nobody could ever explain. Which, you know, if you're state-funded, you're funded by Israel, and Israel's funded by America, and, you know, there's also NGOs and nonprofits, and there's ways to move money around where you can give this guy money.
Yeah.
So he was like, Weinstein, who is an economist, right? Weinstein's a legitimate mathematician.
Eric?
Yeah. So when Eric met him, his first inclination was he was a fraud.
He's a construct.
Yeah, a construct. And did he tell you the whole story about the girl sitting on his lap?
Yep.
So Epstein, while he's meeting with Eric Weinstein for the first time, has a beautiful girl sitting on his lap, and a woman, I shouldn't say girl. He said she was like in her 20s.
Yeah.
And she's sitting on his lap, and he's bouncing around, so they're juggling around.
While he's asking math questions.
Yeah, talking serious. So he was obviously nerd fishing. He was fishing for nerds, and I think he caught a lot of nerds in that net. There's a lot of those guys that wound up going to that island. They probably thought, this is great. We get to party.
All of this was written down in Epstein's secret black book. Jeffrey wrote down names, dates, and phone numbers of everyone that came to his island, along with a list of the victims they used. There is only one copy of this book in the world, and even after Epstein's conviction, no one could find it. Until in 2009, the FBI found someone on the internet claiming they had it and wanted to sell it.
We know, Melissa.
Set up. And the video of this operation was included in the latest release. The 2009 video shows Epstein's former Palm Beach house manager, Alfredo Rodriguez,
Did you hit the like button?
Black book of addresses and phone numbers, claiming it contained powerful people and victims of Epstein.
If not, can you do that for me, please?
In that same footage, Rodriguez also claimed that Ghislaine Maxwell maintained a database of girls, allegedly including explicit images. This database has never been recovered, and Ghislaine refuses to cooperate with the FBI even after Epstein's death. Just makes you think, what or who is she so afraid of?
Names, last names, area codes, it's okay. Who created this book? Epstein himself. This book was made by Epstein?
This is a video of an FBI sting operation with Jeffrey Epstein's former house manager and an undercover FBI employee from 2009. The Palm Beach house manager, Alfredo Rodriguez, believes he is selling Epstein's address book to someone representing a lawyer of Epstein's victims.
You will see a lot of important people here.
He claims that the book contains contacts of powerful people, as well as Epstein's victims.
So those are mostly underage girls, the numbers? They were very young.
A source familiar with the case confirmed the video shows the sting operation, which court documents show happened 2 years after the FBI demanded that Rodriguez turn over any Epstein documents. Instead, court documents say he kept the address book and tried to sell it for $50,000. In the occasionally redacted 45-minute video of the meeting, Rodriguez implicates Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's close associate, who's now serving a 20-year sentence for of minors.
Ghislaine Maxwell was his former companion, very powerful lady from England. She would go to the former Eastern countries and in Europe and find girls for Epstein. And I knew that because I went with my wife.
Rodriguez also claims that Maxwell kept a computer database of girls, something he said he saw briefly once.
Pictures, naked girls from Sweden, from Romania, from Czechoslovakia, from Brazil, from all minors, all young girls, very young, very young. Well, when you say very young, how young are you? 16, 17, the teenagers, they have braces, most.
Rodriguez provided no evidence to support the existence of the database. The video, released as part of the recent trove of Epstein documents, abruptly ends after the agent hands Rodriguez a bag of cash and says he will call the lawyer.
It wasn't just Epstein's island where all of this went on. His private jet, the Lolita Express, was also involved, and according to testimonies from the victims, Epstein used to while traveling. He would always keep a few girls with him on his plane in case he got bored.
Thank you, Mrs. Tom.
The most shocking thing is that everyone on the plane, the pilots, the crew, and even his passengers, all saw it happen in front of them, but they turned a blind eye to it. They covered up for him and never reported any of it.
It took a lot of people involved. It took doctors, psychiatrists, gynecologists, dentists.
Wow.
All these people knew what was going on. Hairstylists. I mean, the list goes on. I could keep going on and on and on. Drivers, chauffeurs, butlers, housemaids. It took all of these people turning a blind eye, which they weren't blind to because we were right there blatantly in front of them. They knew exactly what was going on. Everyone's turned a blind eye in the place where I was supposed to be protected, in my country where I was supposed to be protected. The justice system failed us then. I believe they're going to do something amazing for us now. I really believe in them. I believe that the New York Southern District wants to do the right thing. And I will do everything that I can do to be a part of helping them do that.
Details about this plane were also in the latest release of the Epstein files, and mentioned how Epstein would use this plane to fly his guests around. The jet itself shows up repeatedly in flight logs and investigative releases tied to Epstein. Those records show that he transported guests around the country and internationally. In one email dated January 7, 2020, with the subject line RE Epstein flight records, it stated that Donald Trump was listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996. The email claims that on at least 4 of those flights, Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. The document also reportedly states that on one flight in 1993, the only listed passengers were Epstein and Trump. On another, 3 passengers are listed: Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old girl, with the rest of that line redacted in the release. Now, to be precise, being listed on flight logs does not, by itself, establish wrongdoing. The records show association and travel, not criminal charges. But the presence of these names in official logs has caused a lot of people to speculate as to why President Trump was even traveling with someone like Epstein.
Epstein's wealth was so vast, the fact that he had this fleet of planes. We've heard a lot about the Lolita Express. What happened on the Lolita Express?
Everything that happened on the Lolita Express and his other planes was the same thing that happened in his bedrooms and the massage rooms, on the beach, wherever we were. They did not stop because we're in the air. 95% of the time.
Oh, wow.
There was always involved. Jeffrey couldn't take a 2-hour flight without having to ejaculate. That's how sick this man was.
How did you live every day? How did you get on board that plane? How did you live knowing you're going off to
everything that I can do to be a part of helping them do that?
Details about this plane were also in the latest release of the Epstein files, and mentioned how Epstein would use this plane to fly his guests around. The jet itself shows up repeatedly in flight logs and investigative releases tied to Epstein. Those records show that he transported guests around the country and internationally. In one email dated January 7, 2020, with the subject line RE Epstein flight records, it stated that Donald Trump was listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996. The email claims that on at least 4 of those flights, Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. The document also reportedly states that on one flight in 1993, the only listed passengers were Epstein and Trump. On another, 3 passengers are listed: Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old girl, with the rest of that line redacted in the release. Now, to be precise, being listed on flight logs does not, by itself, establish wrongdoing. The records show association and travel, not criminal charges.
Can we pause for y'all to get the likes up? I'm running on 3 hours. I need for the 135 people that's in here that have not hit the like button to hit the 3 dots at the top right corner up here. It's 3 dots up there, and hit the like button, please. And whoever took their like back, I'm definitely not moving forward until the likes are back. These people are crazy. Oh yeah, I remember that. Thank you, Amy, for the thumbs up. Mexican return. Oh, that happened at the airport? Primero. I think hold on.
The United States.
So, they having a time today. Hold on.
But the presence of these names in official logs has caused a lot of people to speculate as to why President Trump was even traveling with someone like Epstein.
Cause he ain't no better
Epstein's
than.
wealth was so
They
vast.
equal.
You know, the fact that he had this fleet of planes. We've heard a lot about the Lolita Express. What happened on the Lolita Express?
Everything that happened on the Lolita Express and his other planes was the same thing that happened in his bedrooms and the massage rooms, on the beach, wherever we were. They did not stop because we're in the air. 95% of the time, there was always involved. Jeffrey couldn't take a 2-hour flight without having to ejaculate. Like, that's how sick this man was.
Why he just couldn't play with himself?
Every day. I mean, how did you
get a strong hand on? Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down.
Live knowing you're going off to New York or to the island or to whoever you were about to be trafficked to. I mean, you must have been a ball of dread and anxiety.
I was horrified. I was sad. I was angry. I was disgusted. I was a shell, and the only way that I could cope with what I was going through was, taking Xanax. And Xanax is like an anti-anxiety tablet, but it also, it took away that feeling of anger, sadness. It made me feel numb. It was a numbing tablet.
Just yesterday, names of 6 more billionaires that were connected to Jeffrey Epstein were released by the Department of Justice. These names had been previously redacted, and it was only after senators went to the DOJ and specifically asked for the names to be unredacted were they released. How many other names are involved in these files, and why is the DOJ so hesitant to release the information? One tweet about the situation read, "Instead of redacting the victims' names as they requested, the DOJ redacted the predators' names. They were supposed to protect
On
victims,
purpose.
but they protected predators." Another tweet said, "I don't think the DOJ is concerned about protecting the victims. They are, however, very concerned about protecting some of the predators because they are high-ranking and wealthy people with political pull. It's the most ass, backwards, and corrupt cover-up in history."
Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Nabora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files.
Joe talked about this on his podcast too, and said that it's incredibly suspicious how no one on Epstein's client list is being prosecuted. The names are right there, and we know that the FBI has footage too. These 3 million files are only 20% of what the FBI has. If they wanted, they could start arresting people tomorrow, but they aren't doing
It's so
that.
messed up.
These files weren't even being released despite the FBI having access to them for almost 2 decades. Epstein's Black Book was recovered in 2009, but not a single person on the list has been convicted or even tried. Some people speculate that this is because of just how well connected the guests actually are. There are even reports that Epstein was working for Mossad and other intelligence networks. To date, however, no publicly verified evidence has established that he was operating on behalf of any intelligence organization. Those assertions remain unproven allegations circulating in the media and online commentary.
But yeah, I think the public will be rightly frustrated if no one is prosecuted for the Epstein client list. No one at
Even
all.
you.
Which, no one.
Oh, they didn't really trust him, though.
Like at least, I don't know, the top 5 or something, like some number. There should at least be an attempted prosecution of the worst offenders.
Well, particularly if Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail for again.
Yes.
Because,
that means occurred.
Right. So she's in jail for it.
Yes.
So,
who were the clients?
Yeah. Yeah, how do you put someone in jail and you don't even name the clients? That sounds kind of insane.
I think, yes, it would. Yes,
It's just stunning that they've been able to hold it back for so long. It's really kind of amazing.
Yes.
Like when people say that people can't keep secrets, what the are you talking about? Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of these things are not like it's common knowledge, but we don't actually have the proof.
Right.
So the proof is there. I mean, there's lots of videos.
Lots of them. He knows lots of videos.
Yeah. There's lots
that they have not
it's like a
brought
mountain
forward, but they leaking out.
Whenever they raided Epstein's place, there would have been like a mountain of evidence. Where is that mountain?
Right. What'd you do with it?
Yes. Like who took possession of the evidence?
Yeah.
Specifically.
Right.
The individuals.
Where are the tapes?
The only thing that these have faced so far is public scrutiny. Peter Mandelson, the UK ambassador to America, was stripped of his post in September after Epstein emails showed that they had had closer ties than the ambassador had initially acknowledged. Then there's Prince Andrew. Virginia Roberts Giuffre, alleged that she was tracked by Epstein and instructed to have sex with Andrew when she was 17. Andrew has consistently denied the allegations. However, the fallout was significant. His brother, King Charles, stripped him of his honorary military roles and royal patronages.
That's tough
and he
love,
stepped back
ain't it?
from public royal duties.
From disturbing photos of the former prince, Andrew, to his alleged sharing of government documents with convicted under Jeffrey Epstein, the fallout from the Epstein files once again putting the British royal family into turmoil. Andrew has denied all wrongdoing, but the pressure is now ramping up on the royals to do and say more about their disgraced relative. The crown under fire.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
From King Charles to Prince William, shouted at in Saudi Arabia.
To what extent do you think the royal family has done enough around the Andrew and Epstein issue?
ITV also capturing Queen Camilla getting tough questions too.
Do you have a message for Epstein's victims, Your Majesty? We've never actually seen other members of the royal family heckled to the extent that we have in the last few days.
Epstein might be gone, but Ghislaine is still here and has consistently refused to cooperate. The victim has testified multiple times that she was involved in the abuse and helped Epstein control everything, but nothing has been done so far.
As her lawyer continues to press for clemency in exchange for her testimony, something
that
we have in the last
she got released and
Epstein
ain't gave not now testimony.
Has consistently refused to cooperate. The victim has testified multiple times that
I didn't hear them say that.
And helped Epstein control everything.
But that's not the flower. Okay, that flower is a Xanax.
Continues to press for clemency in exchange for her testimony.
That
something
trumpet.
President Trump has continually declined to rule out. How does this all make you feel?
It's honestly very disturbing to see these images of her and have her be looked at as someone who could potentially be providing any kind of information in this case. I mean, she has refused over and over to cooperate with the investigation. She's refused to have, she doesn't have any empathy or has not expressed any empathy or remorse to her victims. So I think it's highly problematic that anyone would consider negotiating with a serious criminal like this. And I think it would
totally agree.
Really be indicative of guilt in some way.
They
because
refuse
we know that she
to
is
take
not a
any
credible
type of
source
ownership of their
And you
wrongdoing.
say to her victims, as you know, she has repeatedly said that she had no involvement directly with actually.
Yeah, I can speak, very personally, but the fact that that's not true. She was towards me, and there's so many other crimes that she committed that she wasn't even prosecuted for. There were 4 of us, criminal like this, and I think it would just really be indicative of guilt in some way because we know that she is not a credible source of information.
And you say to her victims, as you know, she has repeatedly said that she had no involvement directly with actually.
Yeah, I can speak, very personally, but the fact that that's not true. She was towards me, and there's so many other crimes that she committed that she wasn't even prosecuted for. There were 4 of us that testified at her trial, but I have now met so many women who say it was because of Ghislaine Maxwell that I ended up being, sometimes for years, and that she was at times involved in that herself. So she was a very central figure in this system. And her efforts to minimize her role have not been effective. We've seen in the files that have been released already several places where the emails she sent are contradictory to things she said on the record before.
Just last week, Ghislaine was actually called to testify, but she declined to answer any questions. If Epstein really was working alone, why is Ghislaine so scared to speak out?
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant?
We know why. I mean, we could stop asking why.
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the 5th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the 5th Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
If you want deeper breakdowns of the files, the timelines, and what's verified versus what's speculation,
Okay, last one.
make sure
This
you
is going to be
subscribe
the
and turn on
last one. Yeah, let me get this out the way since y'all want to act right with me. I ought to just hang up and end it. Yeah, but I ain't rude like that. I ain't gonna sit here and not hit the like button. It's crazy shit. Y'all just, ugh. Anyway. Hold up, let me go up. Let me see something. Violence erupt, man. I was trying to. They just not gonna show the man name. Yeah, I was trying to see if they 5 girls a week. What?
In depth here on TVP World. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee. A new release of Jeffrey Epstein's file is renewing scrutiny of his international network. Tonight, we focus on what this material suggests about Central and Eastern Europe, who appears in it, how the region is referenced, and why that matters. Joining us today on TVP World to discuss this is Matthew Day, Senior Online Editor of TVP World. Hello and welcome.
Hello, great to be back.
So,
what you mean you gonna miss me?
First of all, it's a very big
I'll be
file,
missing you. Hey, Miss Tom.
But
I got one more. I'm trying to see if they had gave that
groceries, whatever it is. Tariffs are a consumption tax.
We want to talk about tariffs. Okay, yeah, let me go to where I was at. Because they're not giving it. I wonder why are they not giving more, because it was fake. Just like Trump, he's a fake president. He is not a real president. I'm just sorry. Oh yeah, I wanted to hear this.
Then bulldozed it. Where's the overlap with Trump? Because he was hanging out with Trump.
Sure, but Trump, back in the 90s and 80s, he was like a Democrat. He was friends with Clinton.
Hey,
right?
the big pink fat. The big pink.
But I mean, the Epstein-Trump thing, there's kind of different.
Where's the overlap with Trump? Because he was hanging out with Trump.
Sure, but Trump, back in the 90s and 80s, he was like a Democrat. He was friends with Clinton, right?
He's just part of that crowd.
Yeah, sure, but
where's the overlap with Trump? Because he was hanging out with Trump.
Sure, but Trump, back in the 90s and 80s, he was like a Democrat. He was friends with Clinton, right?
He's just part of that crowd.
Hi, Random.
Sure, but I mean, the Epstein-Trump thing, there's kind of different angles. When Clinton was president, it's not like Trump was in and around the White House then. I mean, obviously, Trump as a politician comes later. Trump was bailed out in the early 1990s by, Rothschild banking interests, the same banking interests that had brought Robert Maxwell to New York. They're on the same yacht. Roy Cohn is part of that network of that are, enmeshed with the people that Maxwell is hiring to advise him on how to best
influence New York high society and DC politics. You know, so and before that, Trump had, you know, I think 87, taken de facto control of this, you know, company that was created as a CIA
Thank
front
you,
and
Big
had years of
Pink,
being tied to the mob called
for the
Resorts International.
cocoa.
And he used that to kind of try and establish himself in Atlantic, New Jersey at the time they were trying to make Atlantic City the new Vegas, right?
He did, as I understand it, kick Epstein out of Mar-A-Lago, right? For being a bit weird and creepy?
Yeah, that's, so there's conflicting stories, again, about why they parted ways. Trump has now said it's because Epstein was poaching employees. The most famous poached employee is Virginia Giuffre, when she was like 15 or something like that. But there's also, it seems like their relationship soured because they were both trying to compete for the purchase of this Palm Beach property, this mansion. And then I believe Trump won.
That
Epstein
Trump
wanted it,
did
and there was
not
acrimony between
have
them,
the
and Trump
money.
sold it to some
And he
Russian
was
or Ukrainian
embezzling.
billionaire guy that then bulldozed it. Kind of a whole very suspect thing there. But, you know, a lot of Trump's real estate interests, you know, the Russiagate stuff, a lot of it was, you know, looking at some of these shady Russian figures that had done real estate deals with Trump in the past, because Trump is a real estate guy before he was a politician. But a lot of those, you know, were used to say, oh, he's owned by Putin. And you know, if you look at those individuals, they go back to Simeon Mogilevich. They go back to the mobster guy that was close to Maxwell. And all these other people, and banked by Safras and the Bank of New York and all of this stuff. So, you know, it seems to be this particular crowd that, you know, they became very enmeshed with. And again, Trump was bailed out by Wilbur Ross and M. Rothschild when his Atlantic City stuff and, you know, all of those efforts went haywire for him. And to paraphrase one of the bankers on that deal, they didn't rescue Trump because it made economic sense. They rescued him because his brand was valuable. You know, and it obviously has been very valuable. But I think, you know, if you want to talk about the Epstein-Trump relationship, a lot of people are like, oh, well, did Epstein have dirt on Trump? I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it doesn't really matter because, you know, the same people are kind of behind both of them. You know what I'm saying? The power structure that has enabled Trump from that point on is very similar to the Epstein-Maxwell network. There's an extreme amount of overlap there.
So when did all the weird stuff started with the young girls being shipped around start? Because, like, I feel like most of us understanding of the Epstein story starts really from the philanthropy where he was trying to support Bill Gates' philanthropy.
The Epstein-Maxwell network. There's an extreme amount of overlap there.
So when did all the weird stuff started with the young girls being shipped around start? Because, like, I feel like most of us understanding of the Epstein story, all the weird stuff started with the...
We got to start looking at these folks, because we got to see if any of these people have positions in the White House cabinet right now. You know what I mean?
Young girls being shipped around start. Because, like, I feel like most of us understanding of the Epstein
like
story
her
starts really from the philanthropy where he was trying to support Bill Gates' philanthropy. He was
most people are familiar with, you know, the early 2000s on.
We all know the backstory since. But it's kind of like we start to hear about him having meetings on the island.
But there's accusers from the 90s.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure.
I think the earliest is like 91 or 92. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert on every accuser of Epstein ever. I focus more on who was Epstein and what was he really up to besides sex trafficking, in addition to trying to delineate who were what was the power structure that enabled Epstein to operate with impunity with respect to the sex trafficking as well. That's more my interest and focus.
Because like the Bill Gates divorce feels very fishy.
Well, yeah, I mean, Melinda was like, trying to say that some of it was related to Epstein, but I mean, it's hard to know if that was really why or that was just a convenient excuse to cut the cord, Well, it's not like billionaires are the most truthful people on the planet,
Okay, so let's go therefore to his sweetheart deal. His first, if he's being protective, if he's a asset of intelligence agencies, why does he face an initial prosecution?
Well, obviously the sentence he got, I think in total was like 18 months, and it was like minimum security. He was allowed to leave the prison during the day to work.
Yeah, he had like a private office.
Yeah, but I think the most important part of it, in terms of what we're talking about, is that it was supposed to grant immunity to a lot of co-conspirators, right? Which was supposed to include Ghislaine Maxwell, and actually there may be a Supreme Court case heard about this because Maxwell's attorney is, and Maxwell herself obviously is arguing that because of that agreement, which was with the government, or at least the government of Florida, but I think it's the federal government. They should honor that and shouldn't have prosecuted her for the case that she was convicted for more recently. Yeah. Yes. And I don't know. We'll see what happens there. It's complicated stuff. But a lot of the stuff Ghislaine is in prison for right now, I believe, is stuff that's alleged to have occurred earlier than the period most people think of. It's related to the 90s, as I understand it.
So she was trafficking young girls around the whole time?
I think it seems like it began, the operation, seems to have begun in the early 90s, around the time Maxwell died and Epstein and Ghislaine are publicly seen together.
This all became a story in the UK, obviously, because of Prince Andrew. That's where our interest comes in.
Oh, and what's crazy about that relationship is that there were so many articles from like 2000, 2001, and 2002 about that basically say things like Ghislaine appears to be blackmailing Andrew for Epstein. Back then, it's nuts, and talks about Prince Andrew bringing his own massage table to be massaged by like Epstein's entourage and stuff, and that Ghislaine is charismatic and can wrap men around her little finger, and all sorts of. I mean, some of the quotes are just bonkers.
Did you ever see his interview with the BBC?
Just clips from it, where he claims like he's unable to sweat.
Unable to sweat, yeah.
Unable to sweat.
The Falklands. I would watch the whole thing. It's one of the wildest interviews you'll ever see. I mean, fuck knows why he chose to do it, because he's a terrible liar.
Yeah, he probably thought
unable to sweat.
I mean, it totally backfired.
Well, I'm sure powerful people like him are surrounded by yes men.
Yeah.
So that probably didn't help.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of been ostracized by the royal family now, in some ways.
Yeah.
But he got away with it.
Yeah.
And the weirdest part of him was after. I mean, you're
but I mean, wasn't Prince Charles or King Charles at one point very close to Jimmy Savile and some of these other figures, Lord Mountbatten?
Yeah, I don't know the detail. I don't know, but I always thought it was wild that Prince Andrew, as a royal and essentially an heir to the throne of some sort, would go and visit Epstein and go for a walk in Central Park with him after a prosecution.
Well, some people say that Epstein and Andrew met as early as 91.
Wow. That's
alleged by Steve Hoffenberg, his former business partner, who did the Ponzi scheme with him at Tower Financial. And you can take that with a grain of salt.
Miss JJ, what's gossip? No facts. What are you talking about? What are you talking about that's gossip, no facts? Let me pause. Take this out of my ear. Mrs. JJ, what's gossip, no facts? What are you talking about? You coming over here putting that in the comment section is gossip, no facts. So you need to get the typing, ma'am. Y'all hit the like button while we wait for Mrs. JJ. Spiritual root. You don't have nothing to say? Okay, bye-bye. No deflecting. Yeah, y'all get the lights up, please. Oh, I hit the volume. My bad. Trying to get her opportunity to talk.
Prince Andrew, as a royal and essentially an heir to the throne of some sort, would go and visit Epstein and go for a walk in Central Park with him after a prosecution.
Well, some people say that Epstein and Andrew met as early as 91.
Wow.
That's alleged by Steve Hoffenberg, his former business partner, who did the Ponzi scheme with him at Tower Financial. And you can take that with a grain of salt if you want. I mean, obviously, Andrew himself says it occurred much later. I think he says 99.
Well, everyone has their own window, right?
Yeah. Everyone, I mean, again, there's so many issues of conflicting stories about who met who in the Epstein story, but it's because people want to absolve themselves of responsibility as much as possible.
Yeah.
So again, it's kind of complicated there, but there's allegations of it going back earlier. But what's interesting is that when Andrew was publicly known to be with Epstein and Ghislaine, and it was the subject of much media speculation in the UK, which is, 2000 to 2002, roughly. Andrew, in that window, is appointed to this role where he's the UK representative for international trade and investment.
I backed that ass right on up out of here.
And in doing so, has a major role in arms deals. Specifically lobbying on behalf of BAE Systems, which is a major UK defense contractor that previously worked very closely with Douglas Lease. In the Thatcher era, Lease was responsible for getting the Yamaha deal signed to benefit BAE. And that is one of the reasons for the extreme closeness to this day of British and Saudi interests.
We haven't talked about Leon Black yet.
No, we can.
We can. Well, so I think a lot of people want to see a black book of who the pedophiles are, who the people who are sleeping with children or sleeping with teenagers.
Well, really quick, the black book already exists, but one thing we haven't brought up is how the person who stole it from Epstein's house was his former butler named Alfredo Rodriguez. And Alfredo Rodriguez offered it. He was trying to get money for it, but he circled names in it, trying to give it to the victim's lawyers, saying this is the holy grail of who was responsible or who were major accessories to Epstein's sex trafficking crimes. Right? And so Ghislaine is circled. Leslie
Okay, have a good night. I hope you feel better.
Was circled, but so is Donald Trump.
Bitter.
So is this guy
I'm up here looking at bitter melon tea. Is it good?
Recently, he introduced Naomi Campbell to Epstein.
Hold
for
on,
example, but he's very close to Berlusconi, who we talked about earlier.
Naomi
But
Campbell.
is this why Musk came out and said the reason Trump's not releasing the files is because he's in.
I mean, it possibly could be related. Because that's what the butler was saying, but no one can ask him why he circled the name because he's dead. He died in 2014.
Suspicious?
I mean, he allegedly took the book saying that he needed insurance because Epstein wanted him to disappear.
They took him out.
So he seemed to view it that way. But then the victim lawyer that he was offering it to, Brad Edwards, tipped off the FBI, and the FBI set up a sting operation and then sent him to prison for obstructing justice, and he got the same sentence that Epstein got, 18 months, I believe.
Oh, wow.
I think his wife said that it was some type of fast-acting cancer.
Okay.
But either way, he can't be asked about it, but that does seem significant because... some people have said, oh, well, he wanted money, so he was just circling names of billionaires. But there's people in the Black Book that were much richer than some of the people circled there. Certainly much richer than Maxwell or Jean-Luc Brunel. Obviously, Leslie Wexner and Trump are very rich. And some of the other names aren't.
They took him out.
As rich as other people that are in this book. Like
so that man we saw earlier negotiating
fabulously wealthy
in black and white, they took him out.
Definitely, if you just wanted to pick billionaires to shake down, you would have just picked the highest net worth individuals, right? And that's not what is the case here, and also a lot of the names that are circled, it's panned out that they were co-conspirators, right? Like Wexner, Maxwell, Brunel, for example, they're the most well-known associated names with the case, besides Epstein himself.
All right, so Leon Black gave Epstein, was it 158 million?
Yeah, a lot of money. I'm not an expert on exact, I haven't written extensively about those dealings beyond what's been reported in the press, but I can talk about Leon Black going farther back, because it's kind of interesting. He started off as a major guy at Drexel Burnham Lambert, which is this banking nexus that was important to the SNL crisis and also the junk bond explosion. Michael Milken was the architect of that. He was pardoned by Trump in his first term so he's no longer a felon. He's one of those guys that's rebranded as a philanthropist in recent years, actually very successfully.
Haven't they all done this?
Yeah, but major financial crimes went on, and the junk bonds were used to fuel a lot of these corporate raiders that ended up taking over major swaths of the American corporate landscape and really centralizing them within this group that is the subject of my book. And so Leon Black was a part of that, and what's interesting also, as an aside, is that his father, Eli Black, died rather suspiciously falling out of a high-rise window when he was the head of United Fruit Company. That's the same fruit company that CIA did coups for. Yeah, and then it was taken over by Leslie Wexner's business mentors, Max Fisher.
So going back to your yacht explanation, there's a lot of people who seem to have got off the yacht.
Yeah, or they just they threaten deals, or they make mistakes and expose themselves too much. I think there's a lot of reasons. You can slip and fall off the yacht, right? Or you can deliberately decide to try and hop off, and I think, some of these things are related to that. But anyway, yeah, Leon Black obviously operates in these networks and has for a long time. Apollo Global Management is his firm that he funded with other ex-Drexel people, and what he's known for now. And his crimes with Epstein were investigated by an internal group at Apollo that exonerated him. But one of the lead authors on that is a guy named Alvin Buzzy Krongard, who used to be executive director of the CIA and is one of the main suspects in 9/11 insider trading.
It's a meta cartel.
Yeah, it looks that way to me.
Inside trading, 9/11. So I guess this is the shadowing group. Is that what they call them in the Epstein files? When they sent it to Ghislaine Maxwell and asked her did she want to be a part of the shadowing, shadow commission. Dirty games. Dirty game.
But Leon Black, it was supposedly for philanthropic purpose, right? And so this is one of those examples where Epstein is one of these types of figures that was important in the world of philanthropy from the post-2000s on, because, things like the Clinton Foundation, the Gates Foundation, they were, reported about by outlets like the Huffington Post as ushering in this new era of philanthropy through impact investing and things like that. And Epstein was intimately involved in setting up both of those. And Isabel Maxwell has very unusual ties to Bill Gates too, that go back to like the late 90s, early 2000s that are very strange. So something weird was going on at Microsoft with Microsoft's top people. And then what a lot of people don't talk about either when they talk about the Gates relationship is that Epstein was also very close to the chief technical officer of Microsoft, Nathan
I hope
Mervold,
you feel better.
And actually went on a Microsoft business trip to Russia in the late 90s that Mervold was present for. That, apparently they can't explain, but I would argue that's one of those trans-ideological corporations things, because that Sam Pisar guy I mentioned earlier, the Maxwell confidant that talked about all this to Congress and was like, it's actually not a bad thing. He was a lawyer for Apple, and Steve Jobs referring to him was like, I don't know if he worked for the CIA or the KGB, but really he probably worked for both. But PSAR and other people were about getting Silicon Valley established in some of these other countries, and furthering this the trans-ideological corporation model where corporations run the world and the nation state and nation state sovereignty is irrelevant or doesn't exist.
But where's Leon Black now?
I believe he's still at Apollo, isn't he?
I
haven't followed him really ever that closely because I found other parts of the case more interesting. But I think he's one of those obvious signposts that show that people came to Epstein to manage money when they wanted to evade taxes or engage in money laundering or some other sort of financial funny business.
Or maybe wanted a certain type of entertainment.
Well, that's been alleged too.
Yeah.
Black denies it. Of course.
It's not like, hey, I'm a pedo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So if we move to where was it 2019? Epstein was rearrested or re-prosecuted the second time.
Yeah, it was SDNY going after him because the other cases, remember, took place in Florida.
Yes.
And so this is a totally different district going after him.
But you believe at this point he's being discarded?
So I can't say with any certainty I know why it was, but here's the thing. I don't think the U.S. government, specifically a district as known to be as corrupt as the Southern District of New York, SDNY,
as
would
corrupt,
be outraged on behalf of the victims that Epstein had been let off so leniently 12 years before, and it was all because of Julie Brown at the Miami Herald that decided to go after him. I mean, that just seems like a cover story to me. Not to imply that Julie Brown was involved in that, but I think her reporting gave them an opening to go after this guy, at least some faction, for something. Yeah, I think Epstein probably pissed off someone.
I want to talk to you about one of my sponsors, Intruder. And that means we're going to talk about the weird world of spam. And I don't just mean those spam emails that you get day after day from company discount, so that's incognito.
Of billionaires like to twist my words. I talk about controversial things.
/ Peter. You have some you mentioned earlier, because I wrote it down.
I do have a theory, but I mean, it again, it's hard to know, and this is inherently speculative, so I really want to preface that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, a lot of people, because I talk about controversial things, and I'm very critical of billionaires, like to twist my words. So, trying to
they don't want to be caught, and they don't.
5-second AI.
I have a major AI slop impersonation problem that we can talk about.
They don't want nobody to hear your truth or your opinion.
Sorry, we were talking about.
So you have
my theory about why.
Theory.
Yeah. So, John Brennan was CIA director under Obama, and there's a lot of weird things around him. For example, Michael Hastings, a lot of people have forgotten about him. He died suspiciously just as he was about to publish an expose on John Brennan. He had previously published something on Stanley McChrystal, who was a major general at that time, who had to resign because of the reporting. So there's been speculation about that, about what happened to Hastings, and then there was a WikiLeaks release after about how the CIA had the ability to take control of someone's car and cause something like what happened to Michael Hastings, who died in a weird explosion in his car. So John Brennan has that to his record, but I think
they took control of his car.
Someone in his network, but probably him, got very mad at. John Brennan has that to his record, but he was a major general at that time who had to resign because of the reporting. So there's been speculation about that, about what happened to Hastings, and then there was a WikiLeaks release after about how the CIA had the ability to take control of someone's car and cause something like what happened to Michael Hastings, who died in a weird explosion in his car. So John Brennan has that to his record, but
CIA
I think
took control of his car.
If not him, someone in his network, but probably him, got very mad at Epstein, because I think Epstein was likely involved with the rise of the current Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. who had a very uncharacteristic rise to power, I believe in 2017 or so. And Epstein was very involved in Saudi Arabia, going back to his relationship with Khashoggi. There's this issue, for example, in talking about his intelligence links, he had this Austrian passport that showed Epstein's face, but a fake name, and all of this stuff. And it was frequently he was using it to frequently travel back to and from Saudi Arabia and all these other places. And I think his address on it was listed as being Saudi or something like that. And obviously, Khashoggi was a very important player in Saudi world, and Epstein and him had a pretty important relationship. And as it relates to John Brennan had been CIA station chief in the capital of Saudi Arabia for a long time, and the crown prince that was deposed by Mohammed bin Salman, we'll call him MBS for now, that MBS took out of power, had been the guy that Brennan had basically groomed to be the new crown prince. That was like the CIA's golden boy, you could say.
So Epstein interfered.
Well, I think Epstein was part of the group that put MBS into power. Pictures of them figured prominently in his townhouse. I think Epstein was an architect of MBS's Vision 2030, which was his policies for a post-oil Saudi Arabia. And Epstein appears to have been managing Saudi wealth funds, at least one sovereign wealth fund of theirs. And I say that about Vision 2030 because one of the first things MBS did as part of that was to promote Sophia the robot. He gave her citizenship to be like the first robot to be granted citizenship. But the people that made that robot, Ben Goertzel and Hanson Robotics, heavily funded by Epstein. So I think it's very likely he was the one that connected him, and he was very interested in AI and robotics, transhumanism, and a lot of the stuff that's sort of within Vision 2030.
But ultimately, what he was doing was working against U.S. interests.
Hey, Beverly.
Well, I mean, again, this is a transnational thing, and so you have transnational factions too. But basically, I think it's pretty clear that the Obama faction is different than the Trump faction, right? And so you're having someone like John Brennan getting pissed off at whoever took out his favored leader of Saudi Arabia and put in MBS. Because MBS was too young to be crown prince. It's about seniority in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't go father-son like that because, I mean, when you're king of Saudi Arabia, you have like an insane number of kids, right? And so it tends to be passed through uncles and, it's seniority. And he came to power in his early 30s, and then he put all these other Saudi royals and prominent aristocrats, in the Ritz-Carlton. I don't know if you remember this. They were like hung upside down.
This is the meeting.
The shakedown.
Yeah.
All of that stuff happened. So there was obviously a big shakeup of the power structure of Saudi Arabia, which has always been very close to U.S. interests.
Melania Trump is one of the less smart first ladies we've ever had.
What's she doing?
And she's married to one of the dumbest.
Mike, I don't know if my lights is up for me to be giving them that. Hold on. You came in too fast. Hold on. Where my lights at? When did you post this? Okay, Melania gets exposed for where my lights? Okay. I'm gonna end on this. I'm gonna end on whatever. This is Mexico and Puerto Vallarta, and I've been here a couple of times. Quijotanero, hold on.
Code today, the Mexican army.
I've been here a couple of times. Let's see what it says tied to Trump somehow. I'm sure they gonna collect this reward. Hold on. Trump being a bounty hunter on the cool. He trying to get his money any way he can. But he want Bitcoins, though. He want Bitcoins. Y'all hit the like button. This is going to be our last one. Can I get the likes up?
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We are following some developing news out of Mexico. Today, the Mexican army says they killed a powerful cartel leader during an operation meant to capture him. The Defense Department says the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel was wounded during that operation about 2 hours from Guadalajara, and he later died while he was being flown to Mexico City. And this is a very powerful cartel there in Mexico. The leader now killed by the Mexican army, according to the Defense Department.
So why is Trump taking credit for it?
Let's bring in Chris Dalby. He is an investigative journalist and author of CJNG, A Guide to Mexico's Deadliest Cartel. Thank you so much for being here, Chris.
It's an absolute pleasure, Shauna. Thank you for having me.
So you actually wrote a book about this particular cartel, the CJNG. The Associated Press calls it the most powerful cartel in Mexico. The U.S. Deputy Secretary of State described the leader as one of the most ruthless drug kingpins in the world. Can you tell us more about this?
Absolutely. If you've heard about the worst of Mexican cartel violence, you know, the most horrend acts, the bodies, the decapitated corpses, the videos, a lot of that begins with the CJNG. El Mencho is one of the most influential drug kingpins in the last 30 years. I would put him at the same level as Pablo Escobar and El Chapo when it comes to the quantity of drugs that his organization has moved in Mexico, in the United States, and further abroad. He is directly and indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of people in Mexico and through drugs in the United States. The problem is that while he absolutely deserved to face justice, removing him removes the man who kept the CJNG united. And while the CJNG is extremely violent, by far the most violent cartel in Mexico, removing him will likely lead to 5 or 6 of his lieutenants turning on each other and ramping up the level of violence to perhaps record levels in Mexico to control the CJNG empire.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Now that he's dead, what does that mean for this operation?
United States. The problem is that while he absolutely deserved to face justice, removing him removes the man who kept the CJNG united. And while the CJNG is extremely violent, by far the most violent cartel in Mexico, removing him will likely lead to 5 or 6 of his lieutenants turning on each other and ramping up the level of violence to perhaps record levels in Mexico to control the CJNG empire.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Now that he's dead, what does that mean for this operation? Who takes the lead? And will there be maybe more retaliation from the cartel now that this has happened?
You know, President Trump has rightly designated Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations. And El Mencho had a bounty on his head of $50 million for anyone giving information that led to his capture. As I said, El Mencho needed to face justice.
Did you come over here speaking while you coming over here cussing? Get out.
You focus on
we don't know you.
The kingpin, the head of a cartel.
You don't come over here cussing.
Sole focus has a major problem. Because the kingpins are often the ones controlling an organization. And when they are removed, and we've seen it with Escobar, we've seen it with El Chapo, and we're going to see it with El Mencho, that unifying force, that cult of personality goes away. There are 5 or 6 leaders of the CJNG, which I identify in my book, who all have significant manpower, drug trafficking potential, contacts in the US, money laundering options, and incredible finances and weaponry that they will absolutely use if they think that they can claim a piece, if not all, of the CJNG. To my knowledge, El Mencho didn't pick a successor. To my knowledge, El Mencho didn't go to his lieutenants and say, when I die, when I'm arrested, this is the next guy. He may have done, but we certainly have no information as to that. So right now, what we're seeing in Mexico, the immediate response is what we call the narco blockades or the narco bloqueos. This happens a lot when these top guys are removed. And the cartel wants to make a big show of, burning cars and blocking highways and blocking access to the airport. That often goes away within a few days, especially because the area in which they're being violent, Guadalajara, one of the biggest cities in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta, a place that
both in Jalisco and other states. Can you talk a little bit more about this tactic that is commonly used by the cartels to block these military operations? How big of a scale is this? We also want to show a little bit of those images of the smoke that arose from these multiple car fires today. What do you take from this reaction from the cartel, and what more can we expect?
So information coming to me in the last hour has suggested that there's been some movement there. Yes, in the hours immediately after El Mencho died, gunmen took to the streets, imposed a curfew on much of Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. Again, these are cities in Jalisco. This is their home turf. This is where we can expect a stronger reaction. But there were videos of gunmen at the airport. That appears to have been substantiated, but that situation appears to have been resolved. Police and army were able to retake control of Guadalajara Airport. We don't have information about casualties yet, but the gunmen never reached the tarmac. We're seeing videos shared online of burning planes or, the whole city on fire. Those are seem to be fake news.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In Puerto Vallarta,
Chico.
the port appears to have had a fire set there, preventing access. But again,
thank you for the bronze medal. Thank you. I miss this time.
In the next few hours today, with perhaps some casualties, but a limited number. The problem is that Guadalajara is going to be a World Cup city in 5 months. Puerto Vallarta is one of the biggest tourism destinations in Mexico and a constant place that Americans visit.
Yeah.
That sort of reputational damage takes months or years to recover from. So what the CJNG has done here is, in an outburst of violence that might be controlled, create long-lasting economic ramifications for Mexico and the United States. I don't expect the violence in the medium to long term to be in the cities. I expect it to be in rural Mexico, in small town Mexico, where the drugs are going through, where the fentanyl is being manufactured, where the migrants are being smuggled, where the oil is being stolen. Because those are the areas where there are no tourists, there are few cameras, and the violence can happen almost with impunity. And that is a problem that Mexico is going to have to figure out. And I don't know to what extent the US government is going to be interested in helping them, because the US was very focused on El Mencho. What happens next is open for debate.
And the Defense Department says that during this operation to capture El Mencho, the Mexican troops came under fire. They ended up killing a total of 7 people, including the cartel leader. They also seized some armored vehicles, other arms, and rocket launchers, they say. So how big of a blow will this have to the cartel's operation, or might it weaken this powerful cartel there in Mexico?
The arrests and seizures of weaponry and killings outside of El Mencho are trivial. The Jalisco cartel has thousands of members and has enough weaponry to arm a small army. El Mencho was the cult of personality at the center of this cartel. Every video that they did showing their strength, every video that they did killing one of their opponents, every banner that they put up in their territory always ended with the same phrase: Somos la gente del Señor Mencho. We are the people of Mr. Mencho. He really ruled with an iron grip, and that's what I mean by his removal is so dangerous. Because when you have a cartel, and it's unique in Mexico, not even El Chapo with the Sinaloa cartel have this sort of soul power. El Mencho founded the Jalisco cartel. No other person has ever come close to toppling him, and no one really knows what happens next. So it is definitely going to weaken the Jalisco cartel. I don't even know if the Jalisco cartel is going to survive in its present form, because it is now very tempting for these lieutenants to go out on their own, either to maintain their own operations and keep the money, or to try and take control of the entire CJNG empire.
Chris, we really appreciate your insight here. Anything else that you want to point out about this cartel, the significance of what happened today in Mexico, or what you're going to be watching moving forward here?
Yeah, I want to make one thing very, very clear. Juan Almencho, again, needed to face justice, is one of the most influential drug traffickers in the history of North America. His removal in itself doesn't stop the drug flow. His removal will weaken one cartel temporarily. There are always more kingpins. There are always more drug traffickers. The demand for drugs in the United States and the potential for criminal violence and enrichment in Mexico is such that within a few weeks to a few months, that situation is going to be normalized. So removing Almencho is a positive step, but it can cause more instability, and that instability can cause more violence, and that violence can cause a greater amount of drugs and a greater amount of money for the cartels. So net positive, I'm not sure we can say that.
We will definitely be watching to see what comes.
Okay, I'm just not getting this. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, how funny. I hope so. I hope you're next. I hope that you are next. I hope so. Hold on. Field. Okay.
Release that I just saw something in the House Oversight Committee's documents and emails release that everybody needs to know about, that it is a huge trigger warning.
It's a trigger warning, so if you're going to have issues with it right now, it's the time to leave.
From Jeffrey Epstein to a friend of his, they were discussing somebody writing a book about Trump. And he says,
can y'all hear?
Why don't you suggest to him that the real money-making book is getting to the truth of the claims? University of Virginia, no penalty for false accusations. Hockey team, no penalty for false accusations. Trump 13-year-old rape accusation, no penalty. And then I found Jane Doe's testimony in the case against defendants Trump and Epstein. And she writes, trigger warning, I was subject to extreme sexual and physical abuse by the defendants, including forcible rape that took place at several parties of defendant Epstein during the summer of 1994 in New York City at a residence used by defendant Epstein. During this period, I was 13 years old.
Oh, wow.
More particularly, I traveled by bus
You're
to
welcome.
New York City in June 1994 in the hopes of starting a modeling career. I went to several modeling agencies, but was told that I needed to put together a modeling portfolio before I would be considered. I then went to the Port Authority in New York City to start to make my way back home. There I met a woman who introduced herself to me as, fill in the blank. She told me about the parties and said that if I would join her at the parties, I would be introduced to people who could get me into the modeling profession, and also told me I would be paid for attending. The parties were held at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Jeffrey Epstein. Each of the parties had other minor females and a number of guests of Mr. Epstein, including defendant Donald Trump. At 4 of the parties I attended.
4.
I understood that both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. Defendant
they
Trump
knew that you was how old?
Of guests of Mr. Epstein, including defendant Donald Trump, at 4 of the parties I attended. I understood that both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. Defendant Trump had sexual contact with me at 4 different parties in the summer of 1994.
Wow.
On the 4th and final sexual encounter with Defendant Trump tied me to a bed, exposed himself to me, and then proceeded to forcibly grape me. During the course of this savage sexual attack, I loudly pleaded with Defendant Trump to stop, but he did not. Defendant Trump responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Immediately following this grape, Defendant Trump threatened me that if I were ever to reveal any of the details of Defendant Trump's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family and I would be physically harmed if not. Defendant Epstein had sexual contact with me at 2 of the parties that summer. On the second occasion involving Defendant Epstein forced himself upon me and proceeded to grape me.
Wow.
From the
13 from the back
and from the front, despite my loud pleas to stop. Defendant Epstein then attempted to strike me about the head with his closed fists while he angrily screamed at me that he, Defendant Epstein, should have been the one who took my virginity, not Defendant Trump.
Oh, wow.
Before I finally managed to break away.
Y'all please hit the like button.
Immediately
before we continue to listen, can you hit the like button? Because this is the first time I've heard this story. This is the first time. Hi, Jane. Yeah, this is the first time I've heard this one. So I need y'all to hit the like button. This is horrible. This baby girl was 13 when this happened. And now they up here having competition. But we've heard that before. We heard that when one of the females that Epstein had go over to meet her at his apartment in New York. And she said it was as if they had a bet. And that Trump said that he could grope her or something. And he was mad at her as if she wasn't supposed to allow him to do it. So that competition stuff, this is not the first time I've heard that, but this is the first time I've heard this story. Let's go.
Defendant Trump tied me to a bed, exposed himself to me, and then proceeded.
13 years old being tied to a bed.
1994. On the 4th and final sexual encounter with Defendant Trump tied me to a bed, exposed himself to me, and then proceeded to forcibly grape me. During the course of this savage sexual attack, I loudly pleaded with Defendant Trump to stop, but he did not. Defendant Trump responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he
so
would
then
do
he assaulted
whatever
her
he wanted.
physically.
Immediately following this grape, Defendant Trump threatened me that if I were ever to reveal any of the details of Defendant Trump's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family and I would be physically harmed if not.
Unalive.
Defendant Epstein had sexual contact with me at 2 of the parties that summer. On the second occasion involving Defendant Epstein forced himself upon me and proceeded to grape me from the back and from the front, despite my loud pleas to stop. Defendant Epstein then attempted to strike me about the head with his closed fist while he angrily screamed at me that he, Defendant Epstein, should have been the one who took my virginity, not Defendant Trump, before I finally managed to break away from Defendant Epstein. Immediately following this scrape, just like Defendant Trump, Defendant Epstein threatened me not to ever reveal any of the details of Defendant Epstein's sexual and physical abuse of me, or else my family and I would be physically harmed if not. Both defendants had let me know that each was a very wealthy, powerful man, and indicated that they had the power, ability, and means to carry out their threats. Indeed, Defendant Trump stated that I shouldn't ever say anything if I didn't want to disappear like a 12-year-old female that was forced to be involved in the third incident with Defendant Trump, and that I had not seen since that third incident. And that he
Are y'all hearing that with y'all good ear?
a powerful man, and indicated that they had the power, ability, and means to carry out their threats. Indeed, Defendant Trump stated that I shouldn't ever say anything.
Are y'all listening with y'all good ear? Because this is the second time or third time I've heard him say that if you don't comply, or if you tell, you're gonna be like that other little girl. So he also told this to Katie Johnson.
And indicated that they had the power, ability, and means to carry out their threats. Indeed, Defendant Trump stated that I shouldn't ever say anything if I didn't want to disappear like a 12-year-old female that was forced to be involved in the third incident with Defendant Trump, and that I had not seen since that third incident.
So that was a threesome?
Old female that was forced to be involved in the third incident with Defendant Trump, and that I had not seen since that third incident. And that he is capable of having my whole family. She dropped this case days before the election.
Oh, this is Katie.
Because of threats.
It's just more detailed. Okay, y'all. Good night.